Hello there and welcome to Biology with Charles, a quiet place on the internet where we slow things down and let the brain do what it was always meant to do when the day is over. Ease off the accelerator. If you're listening as you're getting comfortable, maybe with your phone face down and the lights already soft, I'm really glad you're here. Tonight we're going to spend some time with a single molecule that has a surprisingly large job. It doesn't solve every problem. It doesn't wave a wand and make life gentle. But it does something that, for many of us, feels almost like a missing skill. It helps the brain calm its own noise. The molecule is called GABA, 4 letters that show up in sleep articles, on supplement bottles, in anxiety discussions, and sometimes in the fine print of medications. The full name is gamma-aminobutyric acid, but you don't need to carry that around with you like a heavy suitcase. GABA is simply one of the brain's main ways of applying the brakes. Not the kind of brakes that slam you forward into the seatbelt, more like the kind that let you roll smoothly into a parking space without drama. And that matters, because so much of modern life feels like it keeps us rolling, even when we've already arrived. If you've ever tried to rest while your mind keeps producing thoughts like a vending machine that won't stop clunking, you already understand why a braking system matters. You can be tired and still feel wired. You can be safe in bed and still feel alert as if you're standing on a street corner listening for danger. You can be done with the day and still feel the day inside your body, like it's refusing to clock out. People often describe it as having too many tabs open. Others say it's like a radio that you can't find the off switch for. If you felt that, you're not weird. You're not broken. You're describing something the brain is capable of doing when the balance between activate and settle shifts in the wrong direction. So let me ask you something simple before we go any further. Where are you listening from? Not the precise address, of course, just the general idea. Are you in your bedroom, in a living room, on a train, in a car parked somewhere quiet, or maybe walking with headphones as the world fades into the background? And what time is it where you are right now? If it's late, your brain is already doing a lot of chemistry to guide you towards sleep, even if you don't feel it yet. If it's daytime and you're listening for calm rather than sleep, that's welcome too. Either way, your nervous system is taking in this moment, deciding what it means, and adjusting itself in tiny steps. If you find this kind of slow science comforting, you can support the channel in the easiest way possible by liking the video and subscribing. It helps more people find these calmer explanations, and it tells the algorithm in its own strange way that not everything has to be loud to be worth hearing. And if you're already subscribed, thank you. That small click adds up in a way most people don't realise. Alright, let's start our gentle journey into GABA with a very practical question. Why does your brain need a chemical that calms it down? Isn't the brain supposed to be smart? Shouldn't it just decide to relax when you tell it to? It's tempting to think of the brain like a wise manager sitting at a desk, reading reports, issuing orders, and turning systems on or off with confidence. But the brain is less like a manager and more like a busy city. A city doesn't decide to be quiet. It becomes quieter when the traffic changes, when businesses close, when streetlights shift patterns, when certain routes slow down and others open up. A city calms through systems that regulate movement. Your brain calms the same way. It doesn't calm because you scold it. It calms because its circuits tilt toward inhibition, toward slowing, toward filtering, toward letting fewer signals shout over the rest. In biology, one of the basic themes is balance. Not perfect balance, not a flat line, but a dynamic balance that changes with context. When you need to move, think, react, or learn, your brain uses chemicals and electrical signals that increase activity in networks. When you need to rest, recover, focus, or sleep, your brain needs other influences that reduce activity where it isn't helpful. Excitation and inhibition are not moral categories. Excitation isn't bad, and inhibition isn't good. They're tools. Like the gas pedal and the brake in a car, a working brake doesn't make you slow all the time. It makes you safe. It lets you control speed with precision. It prevents skidding. It gives you confidence in motion because you know you can stop. GABA is part of that brake system. In the adult brain, it's the main inhibitory neurotransmitter, which is a scientific way of saying it's one of the major chemicals neurons use to tell other neurons, please don't fire right now, or not so fast, or lower the volume. Neurons communicate by sending electrical signals along their length and chemical signals across tiny gaps called synapses. When a neuron fires, it releases neurotransmitters into that gap, and those neurotransmitters bind to receptors on the next neuron, changing the likelihood that the next neuron will fire. Some neurotransmitters generally increase the chance of firing, others generally decrease it. GABA tends to decrease it, making it harder for the next neuron to generate an electrical spike. That sounds simple, but it leads to something profound. When you have billions of neurons, and each neuron can connect to thousands of others, the overall mood of the brain at any moment depends on the collective push and pull of excitatory and inhibitory signals. This is part of why you can't always talk your way into calm. Your thoughts are real, but they sit on top of a physical system. The system has a tone, and that tone can be restless or settled, depending on which networks are being nudged to fire and which networks are being told to pause. If you want a concrete example, think about how your senses work. Right now, even if you're in a quiet room, there are sounds you're not noticing. A refrigerator hum, distant traffic, the fabric of your clothing touching your skin. Your brain filters constantly. Filtering is not a luxury, it's survival. Without filtering, you'd be overwhelmed. Inhibition is one of the tools the brain uses for filtering. GABA helps quiet certain signals so others can stand out. That's why inhibition isn't only about sleep. It's about attention. It's about coordination. It's about preventing runaway activity in circuits that would otherwise spiral. When people talk about anxiety, one way to picture it is as a system that's treating neutral information like it might be important. The brain's threat detection and planning circuits become more active. The body gets signals to prepare. Heart rate can rise, muscles can tense, thoughts can loop, not because you chose it, but because the system is prioritizing readiness. In that state, a braking chemical becomes especially meaningful, not as a magic off switch, but as part of the chemistry that tells networks they can ease back without losing safety. You might be wondering, if GABA is so central, why don't we all just have perfect calm all the time? The answer is that GABA doesn't act alone, and the brain is not trying to make you calm as a primary goal. The brain is trying to keep you alive, help you function, and adapt to your environment. Calm is sometimes the right state, but alertness is sometimes the right state too. The system is designed to shift, and it shifts based on many factors: light exposure, stress hormones, sleep debt, inflammation, social experiences, genetics, and even what you've trained your attention to do. GABA is one influence among many, like a major set of traffic signals in a city that still has weather, construction, and human drivers making unpredictable choices. Still, there's a reason GABA shows up in so many conversations about sleep and anxiety. When GABA signaling is too low in certain circuits, or when it's not coordinated well, the brain can become more excitable. Think of a microphone that's too close to a speaker. You get feedback. A little signal becomes a loud loop. In the brain, there are circuits that can do something similar. Small activations can amplify. Inhibition helps prevent that, acting like a dampening force. Let's make it even more tangible. Imagine your brain at night as a house with many rooms. Some rooms should be dark and quiet so you can sleep. Other rooms need a small light on for basic functions: breathing, temperature control, heart rhythm. If every room is lit like a supermarket, you'll struggle to settle. GABA contributes to turning down some of those lights. It doesn't shut the house down, it makes the house livable at night. It helps certain rooms go quiet so others can do their background work. You may have heard of a different neurotransmitter called glutamate. Glutamate is one of the main excitatory neurotransmitters in the brain. If we're using the gas and brake picture, glutamate often acts like the gas pedal and GABA acts like the brake. That's an oversimplification, but it's useful. The brain needs both. Too much excitation without enough inhibition can lead to agitation, poor sleep, or in extreme cases, seizures. Too much inhibition without enough excitation can lead to sedation, cognitive slowing, or poor responsiveness. The brain's art is in balance, and GABA is a major part of how that balance is maintained. Here's a quiet detail I like, because it makes the chemistry feel less mysterious. Neurons don't just have GABA like a permanent property, they make it, they package it, they release it, they recycle it. It's a working material, like a factory that produces parts, ships them, and then recovers scraps to use again. There are enzymes that build GABA from other molecules. There are transporters that pull it back in after it's released. There are support cells called glia, especially astrocytes, that help manage the chemical environment around synapses. In other words, calm isn't just a feeling, it's an economy. It's production, supply, recycling, and regulation. And GABA's effects depend on receptors, which are like locks on the surface of neurons. GABA is the key. When it binds, it changes the electrical properties of the neuron. Some GABA receptors act quickly, like a switch that opens a channel and lets charged particles move, immediately changing how likely the neuron is to fire. Others act more slowly, changing internal signaling pathways and setting a longer-term tone. Later on, we'll spend time with those differences, because they explain a lot of why some drugs feel immediate while other influences feel gradual. For now, let's stay with the big picture and the human experience. When people say, "I just want my brain to shut up," what they often mean is, "I want my brain to stop treating everything as urgent." They want less mental noise. They want fewer intrusive loops. They want their body to stop bracing. Under the hood, that desire maps onto how networks in the brain regulate one another. It maps onto how inhibitory signaling shapes the flow of activity. GABA is not the only player, but it's one of the most direct. It's also helpful to clear up a common misunderstanding early. GABA is not the same as sedation. Calm is not the same as being knocked out. If you've ever taken something that made you drowsy in a heavy, unpleasant way, you know the difference. Calm has a sense of ease. Sedation can feel like being dragged underwater when you wanted to float. In the brain, inhibition can be precise or blunt. Some influences support the kind of inhibition that allows natural sleep architecture, with its cycles and phases. Other influences can suppress the brain broadly, leading to sleep that looks like sleep from the outside but doesn't restore the same way. This is one of the reasons the science of sleep and calming chemicals is nuanced. It's not just more GABA equals better, it's where, when, and how inhibition is applied. If you're listening tonight because you're struggling with sleep or anxiety, I want to offer a small reassurance that doesn't rely on slogans. Your brain is adaptable. The system that feels stuck is made of biological parts that can change. Receptors can change in number and sensitivity. Networks can learn new patterns. Stress systems can calm when they stop being triggered constantly. Sleep can improve when circadian timing, habits, and environment become more supportive. This is not a promise that everything becomes easy. It's a reminder that your nervous system is not a static machine. It's a living one. Sometimes just knowing what a sensation is can reduce its power. When you recognize that a racing mind is not a personal failure but a state of neural excitability, it can shift how you respond. Instead of wrestling the mind, you can start creating conditions that make settling more likely. That's part of what we do here. We take something that feels like a vague cloud and turn it into a set of understandable pieces. So tonight, think of GABA as a useful guide. It's the brain's chemical way of saying, you can pause. It's the messenger that reduces the chance that certain neurons will fire, and that reduction, multiplied across networks, can change the whole feeling of the brain. It can change whether thoughts race or drift. It can change whether your body stays tense or loosens. It can change how easily you slide towards sleep. Before we go deeper, let's place GABA into the rhythm of your day. In the morning, your brain is usually oriented toward wakefulness. Chemicals like cortisol rise naturally around your waking time, helping you become alert. Throughout the day, your brain accumulates sleep pressure, partly through molecules like adenosine that build up as you use energy. At night, melatonin rises as a signal of darkness, preparing systems for sleep. Inhibition becomes more prominent in the right circuits as you transition toward rest. GABA is woven into this, not as a single nightly event, but as part of the ongoing regulation of brain state. And here's where the story begins to get especially practical. The feeling of "I can't switch off" is often the feeling of a system that is still leaning toward activation. Sometimes that's because of stress. Sometimes it's because of light at the wrong time. Sometimes it's because of caffeine late in the day. Sometimes it's because of irregular sleep timing. Sometimes it's because of learned patterns, checking your phone in bed, doing work late, training your brain to associate the pillow with planning and problem solving. Those factors interact with chemistry. They don't replace it, they influence it. That means learning about GABA isn't about memorizing a fact for a quiz. It's about understanding one of the key levers that shapes your internal experience. It's about seeing why certain things, like alcohol or specific medications, can feel calming at first and then backfire later. It's about seeing why some supplements are oversold. It's about appreciating why the brain's calming system is both powerful and delicate. If you're comfortable, take a slow breath in through the nose and let it out gently. You don't have to force relaxation. Just notice what your body is doing. Notice where there's tension you weren't aware of until you looked for it. That simple act of noticing is already part of shifting brain state, because attention changes neural activity. It's not magic, it's circuitry. In a moment, we're going to look more closely at what happens in the brain when the go signals and the slow signals compete, and why it can feel like you want rest while your nervous system is still acting like it's on duty. As we move into that, keep GABA in the back of your mind as the brain's gentle brake, not as a single switch, but as a whole way the nervous system manages its own speed, so the next steps make sense as a natural continuation rather than a separate topic. So with that image in mind of the brain as a system managing its own speed, it helps to look at the moment when things don't slow down the way you want them to. You can be lying perfectly still, the room can be quiet, the day can be over, and yet your mind keeps producing more material. Thoughts line up like they're waiting for their turn. Old conversations reappear. Tomorrow's tasks rearrange themselves in your head. Sometimes it's not even clear what the mind is doing, just a feeling of activity like a motor running in the next room. It's easy to interpret that as a personality issue. I'm a worrier. I'm overthinking. I can't relax. But it makes much more sense when you treat it as a state. A state is something your brain enters, and it can be guided out of, even if it doesn't feel like it in the moment. The reason it can feel so stubborn is that the switching off you want isn't a single decision. It's the outcome of competing forces inside your nervous system. Some push toward readiness and action. Others push toward settling and rest. When the first group stays louder than the second, you can want sleep, while the body and brain keep behaving like you're still on duty. Think of it like this. Being awake isn't just not asleep. Wakefulness is an active condition. Your brain spends energy maintaining it. It keeps certain networks alert, keeps the senses ready, keeps muscles primed to move, and keeps attention able to snap onto something important. Resting and sleeping also aren't passive. They're actively maintained states too, with their own patterns, their own priorities, and their own chemistry. So when people say they can't switch off, what's often happening is not a failure to turn on sleep, but a strong continuation of the machinery of wakefulness. One of the clearest ways to understand that machinery is to look at two broad types of signaling in the brain: excitation and inhibition. Excitation is what increases the chance that neurons will fire and pass signals forward. Inhibition is what decreases that chance, making firing less likely and helping circuits pause or quiet down. Your brain needs both to function normally. Without excitation, nothing gets done. Without inhibition, everything becomes noisy and unstable. The balance between them shifts depending on what you're doing. When you're solving a problem or responding to a message or driving through traffic, it's useful to have certain circuits highly active. When you're trying to fall asleep, many of those same circuits become unhelpful if they stay bright and busy. Now here's the tricky part. Your brain doesn't have a single master dial labelled sleep on-off. It has multiple systems that influence arousal, attention, threat detection, planning, memory, and body state. These systems can disagree with each other. You can feel tired because your sleep pressure is high, but still feel alert because your stress system is running. You can feel safe, but your brain can still behave as if it's watching for danger because of a habit of scanning. You can be physically still, but mentally active because the networks that generate inner speech and self-reflection are still humming along. That disagreement is the tug of war. A classic example of this tug of war shows up in insomnia. Many researchers describe insomnia not only as a sleep problem, but as a hyperarousal problem. In hyperarousal, the brain and body remain too activated at a time when they should be stepping down. That doesn't always mean panic or obvious anxiety. It can be subtle. It can look like an inability to feel sleepy even when you're exhausted, or frequent waking, or a sense that sleep is shallow, or a mind that won't stop checking in on itself. The body might not be visibly agitated, but internally the signals are leaning towards stay ready. One reason that can happen is stress. Stress is not just a feeling, it's a set of physiological processes. When you perceive threat, whether the threat is physical danger, social conflict, work pressure, financial uncertainty, or even a vague sense that you're behind, your brain coordinates a response. The hypothalamus sends signals that lead to the release of stress hormones, including cortisol. The sympathetic nervous system becomes more active. Heart rate can increase. Breathing can become shallower. Muscles can tense. Attention becomes more sensitive to anything that might confirm the threat. This is an adaptive response when you need it. It's far less helpful when the threat is tomorrow's email or an awkward conversation from last week. Stress also changes what the mind generates. A stressed brain doesn't produce neutral thoughts as often. It produces problem-focused thoughts. It searches for solutions, it runs simulations, it tries to predict outcomes. This is part of why your mind can feel like it's doing work at night. From the brain's perspective, it is doing work. It's trying to reduce uncertainty. The problem is that uncertainty is often not solvable at midnight, and the effort itself keeps the system active. Another layer of the tug of war involves the brain's arousal centers. Deep inside the brain are structures that release neuromodulators, chemicals that shift the overall tone of brain activity. You can think of them as broadcast systems. Instead of carrying a specific message like, move your finger, they change the general conditions under which the brain operates. Norepinephrine, released by a small area called the locus coeruleus, tends to increase alertness and readiness. Acetylcholine supports attention and certain types of cortical activation. Dopamine influences motivation and salience, what feels important. Histamine in the brain supports wakefulness. Orexin, also called hypocretin, helps stabilize wakefulness and keep you from drifting off at the wrong time. These systems interact and rise or fall depending on the time of day, your activities, your stress level, and your sleep history. When your mind won't switch off, one common pattern is that some of these arousal systems are staying higher than they need to be. That can happen for obvious reasons, like an argument, a deadline, or scary news. It can also happen because of subtler habits. If you train your brain that bed is a place where you scroll, react, argue, plan, or work, you teach those arousal systems to remain active in that context. The bed becomes a cue for wakefulness rather than a cue for sleep. This is not about blame, it's about conditioning. The brain learns associations constantly, and it doesn't care whether an association is convenient for you. Light is another powerful signal in this tug of war, and it's one people underestimate. Your brain has a master clock system that uses light, especially bright light and blue-enriched light, as information about time of day. Exposure to light in the evening can push your circadian timing later and reduce melatonin signals, but it can also keep arousal systems more active. It's not only the hormone melatonin, it's the whole "this is daytime" message. A bright screen close to your eyes at night is a strong input. Even if you feel relaxed emotionally, the biology may still interpret it as a reason to stay awake. Caffeine can sit right in the middle of this fight as well. Caffeine blocks adenosine receptors. Adenosine is one of the molecules that helps build sleep pressure during the day. When adenosine builds, it contributes to that heavy, sleepy feeling. Caffeine doesn't remove adenosine. It makes the brain less able to feel its signal for a while, so you can have sleep pressure and still not feel sleepy because the "I'm tired" message is being muffled. That can lead to a strange mismatch at night. Your body is fatigued, but your brain won't let itself drift because it hasn't been reading the sleep pressure correctly for hours. Add stress on top of that, and the mismatch becomes stronger. There's also a cognitive side to the tug of war, and it's worth treating it with kindness rather than annoyance. The human brain has a network often called the default mode network, which tends to be more active when you're not focused on the outside world. It's involved in self-referential thought, memory, imagination, and mental time travel. Replaying the past and rehearsing the future. When the environment becomes quiet and there are no tasks demanding attention, this network has room to speak. That's not automatically bad. It's part of how you process life. But at night, when you want sleep, default mode activity can turn into rumination if it starts looping without resolution. Rumination has a particular texture. It feels like thinking, but it doesn't move forward. It circles. It checks the same point from slightly different angles. It tries to find certainty and can't. People often describe it as their brain chewing on something. The reason it's so sticky is that it keeps signaling importance. Each loop tells the brain, "This matters. Keep it active." Attention is like a spotlight, and wherever you shine it repeatedly, the brain treats that area as relevant. Anxiety can amplify this because anxiety doesn't simply generate fearful thoughts. It shifts how the brain evaluates risk. It makes ambiguous things feel more threatening. It makes uncertain outcomes feel more urgent. It can lead to an increased tendency to scan the body for signals, heart rate, breathing, tension, and interpret those signals as signs that something is wrong. This creates a feedback loop. Arousal leads to sensations. Sensations are interpreted as danger. Danger interpretation increases arousal. If you've ever felt your heart beating and then started worrying about the heart beating, you felt the loop in real time. All of that can happen while you're lying perfectly still. The body is not the only arena where arousal shows up. In the brain, arousal is patterns of firing and modulation. That's why someone can look calm and still feel like their mind is racing. And it's why telling yourself to just relax can feel like being told to just stop sneezing. Relaxation is not only a decision, it's a coordinated shift in the nervous system. So where does the slow side come from? What pushes the system towards settling? Several things converge. One is sleep pressure, built across the day. Another is circadian timing, which makes sleep more likely at certain hours and less likely at others. There are also brain regions that actively promote sleep, like areas in the hypothalamus that inhibit arousal systems when it's time to rest. The parasympathetic nervous system also plays a role, supporting slower heart rate, digestion, and a calmer baseline. And on the level of synapses and neurons, inhibitory signaling helps quiet circuits so that sleep can take hold. This is where people sometimes get frustrated because they can do the right things and still struggle. They dim the lights, they avoid caffeine, they put the phone away, and yet the mind stays active. That can happen because the brain has learned strong patterns. A single good-night routine doesn't always overwrite months or years of association. It can also happen because some sources of activation aren't obvious, a background stress you've become used to, a noisy environment you've stopped consciously noticing, a body state like chronic pain or reflux that keeps the nervous system on alert. Even a room temperature that's slightly too warm can make the body less able to downshift. Another often overlooked piece is how the brain responds to the effort of trying to sleep. This sounds odd, but it's common. The harder you try to fall asleep, the more awake you become. That's because effort is activation, monitoring is activation, checking the clock is activation, evaluating "am I asleep yet" is activation. The brain treats evaluation as a task. And tasks tend to recruit networks that keep the system bright. This doesn't mean you should pretend you don't care. It means that gentle strategies often work better than forceful ones, because force keeps arousal engaged. In the tug-of-war model, a helpful goal is not to make sleep happen, like you're pushing a button. The goal is to reduce the forces that keep wakefulness stable and allow the settling forces to become dominant. Sometimes that looks like removing obvious stimulants. Sometimes it looks like changing timing. Sometimes it looks like shifting how you relate to thoughts. A thought can appear without becoming a project. You can notice a worry and let it exist without solving it at that moment. That's not denial, it's timing. The brain can process problems better during the day anyway. One more detail makes this even clearer. Your brain doesn't need to be completely quiet to fall asleep. In fact, many people fall asleep while the mind is still producing imagery and fragments of thought. What changes is not that thinking goes to zero, but that the thinking loses its grip. It becomes less controlled, it becomes less tied to action. The sense of "I must do something with this thought" starts to fade. That fading is part of the shift from wakefulness to sleep, and that shift is strongly influenced by inhibitory signaling. If you're listening right now and noticing your own mind, you may be hearing a thought in the background as you listen to my voice. That's normal. The brain can hold multiple streams. The interesting question is whether the thought feels like it's dragging you away, or whether it can float by without pulling you into it. The ability for a thought to float by is a kind of inhibition too. Not inhibition as suppression, but inhibition as non-engagement. It's the brain's capacity to not amplify every signal. This brings us back to the practical meaning of the go and slow tug-of-war. Go is not only physical activity, it's arousal systems, stress hormones, learned cues, bright light, stimulants, active evaluation, threat interpretation, and the habit of treating thoughts as urgent. Slow is not only tiredness, it's inhibitory signaling, sleep pressure, circadian alignment, parasympathetic tone, and contexts that the brain has learned are safe and non-demanding. And here's the key point that makes the next step of our exploration useful. The slow side has chemistry you can understand. It's not mystical. It's not just willpower. On the smallest level, it comes down to how neurons influence each other, how one neuron can make another more likely to fire, or less likely to fire. One of the main tools for less likely to fire in the adult brain is a specific chemical messenger. It's the one we named at the beginning, the one that acts like a brake across countless circuits, shaping whether thoughts escalate or soften, whether alertness stays locked in place or begins to loosen. So as you settle a little deeper into this, we're ready to get more specific. What exactly is GABA as a physical thing inside the nervous system? Where does it come from? How does it move? And how does it change the behavior of neurons in a way that you can connect to the very human experience of a mind that finally, gradually starts to ease its grip? When people hear the word chemical in the context of the brain, it can sound cold and mechanical, like we're talking about something happening in a lab rather than inside a living person. But the truth is, these chemicals are not distant. They're part of what it feels like to be you. They're part of why a cup of coffee can sharpen a morning, why a sudden noise can make your chest tighten, and why a familiar voice can soften your shoulders without you consciously deciding to relax. And GABA, despite its short name, is one of the most practical examples of this. It's not a metaphor. It's not a personality trait. It's a real molecule that neurons use to change each other's behavior in a way that can tilt your whole nervous system toward quiet. So what is GABA, really? when we stop treating it like a buzzword and treat it like a working part of biology. GABA stands for gamma-aminobutyric acid. That full name sounds technical, but it's describing something simple. It's a small molecule built from familiar building blocks. It belongs to a broad family of molecules called amino acids, which you might recognize because amino acids are the pieces that proteins are made from. Not every amino acid in your body is used directly as a building block for proteins, though. Some are used as signals, some become hormones, some get converted into other molecules that do very specific jobs. GABA is one of those. It's not primarily a protein building block, it's a messenger. In the nervous system, a messenger is something that carries information from one cell to another. Neurons don't usually pass information by physically touching and handing over a note. They communicate across tiny gaps called synapses. If you imagine two neurons like two neighbouring houses, a synapse is the small space between them. One neuron releases a chemical into that space, and the other neuron has receptors, special proteins that recognise that chemical and respond. The release is like sending a signal into the air, and the receptors are like antennas that pick it up. GABA is one of the main signals used in this way, but signal is still vague. What kind of signal is it? The most useful way to understand GABA is in terms of probability. Neurons are not just on or off. They're constantly receiving thousands of inputs, some pushing them toward firing an electrical impulse, others pulling them away from firing. When enough pushing inputs line up at the right time, the neuron fires. That firing sends an electrical wave down the neuron's long projection and can trigger the release of neurotransmitters at synapses. The brain, in a sense, is a probability machine. At any moment, each neuron is leaning toward fire or leaning toward don't fire, depending on what it's receiving. GABA generally pushes neurons toward don't fire. It does that by changing the electrical environment of the receiving neuron so that reaching the firing threshold becomes harder. This is why you'll often hear GABA described as inhibitory. Inhibition doesn't mean making the brain dull or shutting it down. It means reducing the chance that a neuron will produce a spike at that moment. Multiply that effect across many neurons and many networks, and you get something you can feel: less mental noise, less runaway amplification, a stronger ability to settle. If you want a more everyday analogy, think of a crowded room where everyone is talking. Excitatory signals are like people encouraging more talking, more replies, more interruptions. Inhibitory signals are like someone gently asking, one at a time, or lowering the music so conversations don't become shouting matches. It's not silence for its own sake, it's order, it's control over volume, it's the ability for the system to choose what matters and let the rest fade. Now, a really important detail is that GABA is not floating around in your brain like perfume in the air, it's handled carefully. Neurons that use GABA, often called GABAergic neurons, have the molecular tools to make it, store it, release it, and then clear it away. This careful handling matters because a neurotransmitter only helps if it's delivered at the right place and time. If it were just everywhere all the time, you wouldn't get precise control, you'd get a general fog. The brain doesn't like fog, it likes targeted control. So let's walk through what happens in a typical GABA synapse, in a way that stays grounded and concrete. First, GABA has to be made. Neurons don't manufacture it out of nothing. In most cases, they make it from another molecule that is extremely common in the brain, glutamate. Glutamate is usually an excitatory neurotransmitter, and we'll spend more time with it soon. But for now, the key point is that glutamate is also a starting material. An enzyme called glutamic acid decarboxylase, often shortened to GAD, converts glutamate into GABA. Enzymes are proteins that speed up chemical reactions, like tiny machines that take one molecule and rearrange it into another. GAD performs a specific transformation, and it requires a helper molecule derived from vitamin B6, called pyridoxal phosphate, to do its job properly. This is one of those details that can sound like trivia, until you realize it connects nutrition, metabolism, and brain chemistry in a very literal way. Once a neuron makes GABA, it doesn't immediately dump it into the synapse. It packages it. Inside the end of the neuron are small membrane-bound bubbles called vesicles. These vesicles are like delivery pods. There's a transporter protein, often called the vesicular GABA transporter, or VGAT, that loads GABA into vesicles. Loading matters because the neuron needs to release neurotransmitter quickly when it fires. It can't afford to scramble and make it at the last second every time. By storing GABA in vesicles, the neuron keeps a ready supply. Then comes the moment of release. When the neuron fires an electrical signal and it reaches the synaptic terminal, it triggers the opening of calcium channels. Calcium ions rush into the terminal, and that influx acts like a cue. It tells vesicles to fuse with the membrane and release their contents into the synaptic cleft. The cleft is that tiny gap between neurons. The release is fast and localized. It's not a slow leak, it's a burst. Now GABA molecules are in the synaptic cleft. They diffuse across and bind to receptors on the receiving neuron. Receptors are where the story becomes very specific, because the effect of GABA depends on what receptor type it binds to. There are two major families that matter most: GABA A receptors and GABA B receptors. Without diving too deep yet, you can think of GABA A receptors as faster, more direct. They are ion channels, meaning they open a pore that lets charged particles move. GABA B receptors are slower, acting through internal signaling pathways inside the cell. They're both inhibitory, but they achieve it in different ways and on different timescales. The fast one is like tapping the brake. The slow one is like easing into a longer deceleration. The most famous and widely distributed effect involves GABA A receptors and chloride ions. When GABA binds to a GABA A receptor, the receptor opens and allows chloride ions to move in a way that usually makes the neuron less likely to fire. If you're not used to thinking about electrical charge, here's the practical translation. The receiving neuron becomes harder to excite. It's not impossible for it to fire, but it now requires a stronger push from excitatory inputs. This is how GABA creates calm on a circuit level. It raises the threshold for runaway activity. There's also something called shunting inhibition, which is a slightly different but equally important concept. Sometimes inhibition doesn't just make the inside of the neuron more negative. It changes the neuron's resistance in a way that makes incoming excitatory signals less effective. It's like opening a side drain so that incoming current doesn't build up as easily. The end result is still a reduction in firing probability, but the mechanism emphasizes control and stability rather than simply pushing down activity. If this is sounding like a lot of engineering, that's because in some ways it is. The brain is biological tissue, but it follows physical rules. Ion gradients, membrane potentials, electrical thresholds. These are the language of neurons. And neurotransmitters like GABA are how the brain adjusts those physical rules moment by moment. It's not mystical. It's not vague. It's a system that can be studied, measured, and, importantly, influenced by many factors. After GABA has done its job, after it has bound receptors and changed the receiving neuron state, it doesn't hang around. The synapse needs a reset. Imagine if you pressed a doorbell and it rang forever because nobody took their finger off the button. That would be useless. Synapses need the signal to be brief so the next signal can carry new information. So the brain clears GABA from the synaptic cleft using transporters. There are proteins called GABA transporters, often referred to as GATs, that pull GABA back into cells. Some of that reuptake happens in neurons. Some happens in astrocytes, which are support cells that act like careful custodians of the brain's chemical environment. Astrocytes don't just hold neurons in place. They actively regulate neurotransmitter levels around synapses. They help keep signaling precise rather than smeared out. Once GABA is taken back up, it can be reused or broken down. There's an enzyme called GABA transaminase that helps break it down, and the products can feed into cellular metabolism. There's even a named pathway called the GABA shunt that links GABA metabolism with the Krebs cycle, the core energy-producing cycle in cells. This is another quiet reminder that neurotransmitters are not just messages. They are molecules that belong to the wider economy of the body. Making them, packaging them, recycling them, all of that costs energy, and it's integrated with the cell's ability to fuel itself. Now, if you're listening to this late at night, you might be wondering how all these tiny synaptic events translate into the big human experience of calm or restlessness. The key is scale and timing. GABA is used in many places in the brain and spinal cord. It helps shape the rhythm of cortical activity. It helps coordinate movement by refining signals in motor circuits. It helps prevent sensory overload by filtering incoming information. It helps regulate the balance between focus and distraction. And in sleep-related circuits, it helps tilt the brain away from wake-promoting systems and toward the patterns that support sleep. One way to connect this to your lived experience is to think about what happens when inhibition is working well. When inhibition is well tuned, your brain can ignore irrelevant noises. It can let small worries pass without turning them into full-body alarms. It can stay focused on one thing without being yanked around by every passing thought. At night, it can allow the edges of attention to soften. It can reduce the internal feeling that everything needs an answer right now. When inhibition is not well tuned, whether because of stress, sleep loss, certain substances, or individual differences, then small inputs can produce big outputs. A minor thought triggers a cascade. A small sensation becomes a worry. A brief sound becomes a scan of the room. This is not because you are weak-willed. It's because the network dynamics are more excitable, and the braking influence is either reduced or outcompeted by arousal systems. There's also an important developmental twist that's worth mentioning gently, because it shows how context-dependent biology can be. In very early development, GABA can have an excitatory effect rather than inhibitory in some neurons, because the chloride gradients inside those cells are different. Over time, as the brain matures, the chloride handling changes, and GABA's effect shift into the more familiar inhibitory role. The takeaway is not that you need to memorize developmental neuroscience. The takeaway is that what a neurotransmitter does depends on the state of the cell and the environment. Biology is specific. It cares about conditions. That specificity is also why a phrase like boost GABA can be misleading. People sometimes talk as if GABA is a single tank that you fill up. But the brain doesn't work like a fuel gauge. It's more like a network of switches and gates. What matters is where GABA is released, which receptors are present, how sensitive they are, and how quickly the signal is cleared. The same amount of GABA can have different effects depending on the receptor landscape. The same receptor can behave differently depending on the cell's ionic conditions, and those conditions can shift with sleep, stress hormones, inflammation, and repeated exposure to certain drugs. If you've ever noticed that something that calms you one week doesn't calm you the next, you've seen adaptation in action. The nervous system is built to adjust. Receptors can be upregulated or downregulated. Transporters can change. The brain tries to maintain stability, a principle called homeostasis. That's good for survival, but it also means that quick fixes sometimes lose their power or cause rebounds when removed. Understanding GABA as a living, adapting system is a much more accurate picture than treating it as a static calming potion. At this point, it may help to check in with yourself for a moment. As you listen, do you feel your attention narrowing, like you're focusing more easily? Or do you feel it drifting, like the edges of your thoughts are softening? There's no right answer. Both are normal, but either way you're experiencing something that maps onto the balance we're describing. Attention and calm are not only psychological, they're physiological, shaped by the push and pull of neural activity. There's also a gentle kind of humour hidden in this if you like it. We spend so much time acting as if we're purely rational beings who should be able to command ourselves like a captain on a ship. And then biology reminds us that the captain is not alone on that ship. There are engines, there are currents, there are systems below deck that keep everything running. You can't yell at the engine into being quiet. You adjust the controls, you change the conditions, you let the machine do what it's designed to do. In that spirit, understanding what GABA really is gives you a calmer kind of clarity. It's a small messenger made inside neurons, often from glutamate, packaged into vesicles, released in brief pulses, and received by receptors that reduce neural firing probability. It's cleared quickly, recycled and metabolized, and integrated with the brain's energy systems. On a larger scale, it supports stability, filtering, and the ability to downshift. And because it's often made from glutamate, it naturally leads us to a question that sits right at the center of the go and slow tug of war. If glutamate is frequently one of the brain's main excitatory signals, and GABA is frequently one of its main inhibitory signals, how do these two relate? How can the same basic chemical family contribute to both pushing forward and slowing down? And what does it mean that your brain is constantly converting, balancing, and negotiating between them, moment by moment, whether you're solving a problem in daylight or trying to let your thoughts loosen their grip in the dark? If you've ever looked up GABA online, you've probably seen glutamate appear almost immediately, as if the two are attached at the hip. That's not just a coincidence, and it's not a marketing trick. In the brain, glutamate and GABA are closely related in a very literal way. One can become the other, and together they form a kind of working pair that shapes the basic tone of neural activity. One tends to push circuits toward firing, and the other tends to pull circuits toward holding back. When that relationship is steady and well-tuned, most of the time you don't notice it at all. You simply think, feel, move, focus, and then eventually you become sleepy. When the relationship is strained, though, you start noticing the system in the worst way. A mind that won't quiet, a body that stays tense, a sensitivity to noise, racing thoughts, or a sleep pattern that feels fragile. To understand why these two messengers are often described as two sides of the same neural coin, it helps to keep one central idea in view. The brain is always balancing activity. Not balancing in the sense of achieving a perfect middle, balancing in the sense of controlling stability, while still allowing flexibility. You want a brain that can react quickly to what matters, learn from experience, and coordinate a body in motion. At the same time, you want a brain that can prevent runaway loops, filter out irrelevant signals, and switch into a restorative mode at night. Glutamate and GABA are among the most important tools for that. Let's start with glutamate because it's everywhere. Glutamate is the most common excitatory neurotransmitter in the mammalian brain. Excitatory here doesn't mean emotional excitement. It means that on average, glutamate increases the likelihood that the receiving neuron will fire. It is one of the main chemical ways neurons say, pass the signal along, or this input matters, or increase activity here. If you picture your brain as a network of roads, glutamate is one of the main signals that opens lanes and increases traffic flow. That sounds simple, but glutamate is doing several jobs at once. It's not only a neurotransmitter, it's also a basic amino acid used in metabolism and as a building block. This is part of why it's so abundant. The brain uses glutamate for signaling, but it also needs glutamate as part of its general chemistry. Because it's so central, the brain must handle it carefully. Too little glutamate signaling and important communication slows. Too much, especially in the wrong context, and neurons can become overstimulated. When a glutamatergic neuron fires, it releases glutamate into the synapse, where it binds to receptors on the receiving neuron. Those receptors come in several major types. Some are fast-acting ion channels, like AMPA receptors, which let positively charged ions flow into the cell, quickly depolarizing it and making firing more likely. Another type, NMDA receptors, are more complex and play a key role in learning and synaptic plasticity, because they respond to glutamate but also require certain voltage conditions to open fully. There are also metabotropic glutamate receptors that act more slowly through internal signaling pathways. The details can get deep quickly, but the useful point is that glutamate has multiple ways of increasing neural activity, some rapid and some more modulatory. This excitatory drive is essential. Without glutamate, you can't think clearly, form memories normally, or coordinate many forms of perception and movement. A brain that cannot excite itself appropriately is not relaxed, it's impaired. So when we talk about calming systems like GABA, it's important not to treat excitation like a mistake. Excitation is life. The question is how it is shaped. Now move to GABA, the main inhibitory messenger in the adult brain. GABA is often released by interneurons, which are neurons that connect locally within circuits and help regulate the timing and intensity of activity. In many networks, glutamatergic cells carry a lot of the forward-driving signals, while GABAergic cells create the constraints that prevent those signals from turning into chaos. If glutamate can be thought of as pushing, then GABA can be thought of as sculpting. It limits, sharpens, synchronizes, and stabilizes. One of the most striking ways to see the relationship is to notice that many neurons are constantly receiving both kinds of inputs. At a given neuron, hundreds or thousands of synapses may be providing excitatory glutamate signals, while many other synapses provide inhibitory GABA signals. The neuron integrates all of it. It doesn't choose one. It sums the pushes and pulls across space and time. That is the tug of war, but at the level of a single cell. Your experience of being alert or calm comes from this kind of integration happening across huge populations of neurons. When people say glutamate and GABA are two sides of the same coin, they often mean the functional relationship, excitation and inhibition. But there's also a more direct chemical relationship. In many cases, GABA is made from glutamate. A neuron that produces GABA often begins with glutamate and uses an enzyme, glutamic acid decarboxylase, to convert it into GABA. This is not a vague analogy. It's a specific biochemical conversion. It's as if the brain can take a molecule typically associated with pushing activity forward and transform it into a molecule that slows activity down. That transformation doesn't happen randomly. It happens in certain cells with the right enzymes, and it is regulated based on the needs of the network. This is one reason the brain is hard to reduce to simple, more is better logic. If someone says they want to reduce glutamate or increase GABA, the truth is that both have to exist in a coordinated way. Glutamate drives cognition and learning. GABA provides control and stability. Neither is the good guy. The system works when the ratio and timing are appropriate for the situation. A useful concept here is something neuroscientists often call the excitation-inhibition balance, or E/I balance. The brain's networks function best when there's a stable relationship between excitatory and inhibitory influences. Stable does not mean fixed. It means stable in the sense that the network doesn't run away. You want the network to be capable of bursts of activity when needed, but then capable of settling back. You want sensitivity without fragility. You want flexibility without jitter. When E/I balance tilts toward excitation, the brain can become more reactive. Sensory inputs may feel sharper or more irritating. Thoughts can be more likely to cascade. Sleep can be harder to initiate or maintain. In extreme cases, excessive excitation contributes to seizures, where large populations of neurons fire in synchronized, uncontrolled patterns. That's one of the clearest demonstrations of what happens when inhibition cannot contain excitation. The point is not to worry you. It's to show that inhibition is not merely calm, it's stability. When E/I balance tilts too far toward inhibition, the brain can become slowed. Attention can become heavy. Reaction time can drop. Memory formation can be impaired. You might feel sedated rather than calmly awake. Again, this isn't about good versus bad, it's about tuning. This tuning happens on multiple timescales. On a millisecond scale, GABA-A receptors can quickly reduce firing probability by opening channels that change the cell's electrical state. On a longer scale, GABA-B receptors can alter cellular signaling and affect how the neuron responds for a longer period. Meanwhile, glutamate receptors range from fast AMPA responses to slower NMDA-dependent changes that affect learning. So the tug-of-war is not only about strength, but also about timing. If excitation rises and inhibition arrives too late, activity can overshoot. If inhibition is strong and persistent when you need to learn or respond, activity can be overly constrained. The brain's timing is one of its greatest achievements. If you want to connect this to something you can feel, think about the difference between being focused and being scattered. Focus is not just more attention, it's selective attention. It's choosing one stream and letting others fade. That selection relies heavily on inhibition. In many attention networks, inhibitory interneurons help suppress competing signals so that one signal can dominate. In that context, GABA is not a sleep chemical, it's an attention chemical. It helps prevent your brain from chasing every thought like a dog chasing every moving object. Now consider learning. Learning often requires strong glutamate signaling, especially through NMDA receptors, because those receptors are part of how synapses strengthen with experience. But learning also requires inhibition. If you strengthen everything indiscriminately, you don't learn, you overload. Inhibitory circuits help determine which patterns are reinforced and which patterns are ignored. They help keep learning specific rather than global. This is why, again, it's not meaningful to call glutamate the thinking chemical and GABA the relaxing chemical. They are both involved in thinking and both involved in state regulation. The difference is their typical direction of influence. There's also a metabolic and housekeeping side to this relationship that matters more than most people realize. Glutamate is so potent that the brain must keep extracellular glutamate levels low. If glutamate accumulates outside cells, it can overstimulate receptors and cause a phenomenon called excitotoxicity, where neurons are damaged by excessive activation. The brain prevents this with a tight recycling system involving astrocytes. Astrocytes take up glutamate from synapses using transporters, convert it into glutamine, and then supply glutamine back to neurons. Neurons can convert glutamine back into glutamate. This is called the glutamate-glutamine cycle, and it is one of the core maintenance systems that keeps excitatory signaling precise rather than dangerous. GABA also participates in recycling systems. GABA can be taken back up by transporters into neurons and glial cells, reused or broken down. There's even a metabolic pathway where GABA is connected to cellular energy production. This matters because neurotransmission isn't only about information, it's also about energy and resources. Your brain is expensive tissue. It uses a lot of energy relative to its size. Every time a neuron fires and releases neurotransmitter, energy is spent restoring ion gradients and recycling molecules. So the balance between glutamate and GABA is partly a balance between functional demands and metabolic constraints. Another layer that makes the two sides idea accurate is how these systems shape brain rhythms. When large populations of neurons coordinate, they can produce rhythmic patterns of activity, brain waves, that you can measure with EEG. Some rhythms are associated with alertness, some with relaxation, some with deep sleep. Inhibitory interneurons, especially those using GABA, play a major role in synchronizing certain rhythms by timing when groups of neurons are allowed to fire and when they are held back. That synchronization is not about making the brain quiet, it's about making it organized. Organized activity can support calm focus in the waking state, and also support the slow waves of deep sleep. If you've ever noticed that you can feel mentally noisy, even when you're not thinking about anything specific, that noise can reflect less organized network activity. Inhibition helps organize it. When people talk about anxiety and restlessness, they often describe feeling like they cannot downshift. From the E/I perspective, downshifting can mean increasing inhibitory influence in key networks, reducing the amplification of threat-related signals, and allowing arousal systems to decline. But here's where it gets subtle. The brain doesn't downshift by turning off glutamate. It downshifts by changing the relationship between excitation and inhibition across networks. Some circuits may remain active, like those regulating breathing and temperature, while others reduce their activity. Some excitatory signaling continues because neurons keep communicating even in sleep. What changes is the pattern and the gating. GABA helps create gates. If you've ever tried to fall asleep after something stimulating, an intense show, an argument, a stressful email, you've seen how stubborn excitation can be. Glutamatergic circuits involved in attention, memory, and emotional processing can stay engaged. The mind replays, the body stays primed. In that state, the inhibitory side has more work to do. The brain has to convince itself through biology that the situation is safe enough to release control. This is also why some calming substances can feel effective in the short term. Many sedatives and anti-anxiety drugs work by enhancing GABA signaling, often at GABA-A receptors. Alcohol also affects GABA-A receptors, among other systems. When you increase the inhibitory influence in certain ways, the immediate subjective effect can be relief. The internal volume drops, the edge comes off. But because the brain adapts, repeated enhancement can lead to tolerance, and stopping can lead to rebound excitation, where the go side returns stronger than expected for a while. That rebound is not moral failure, it's homeostasis. The brain resists being pushed too far in either direction for long. Even without substances, everyday life can push the balance. Chronic stress tends to keep arousal systems active, which can indirectly influence glutamate and GABA signaling in multiple regions. Sleep deprivation itself can change receptor expression and network excitability. Some people, because of genetics and development, have circuits that lean slightly more excitable or slightly more inhibited, and they learn coping strategies around that without ever knowing the chemistry. This is another reminder that your experience is rooted in biology, but not determined by one molecule alone. At this point, it can be useful to pause and let the idea settle in a practical way. If glutamate is a main driver of excitation, and GABA is a main driver of inhibition, then calm is not a mysterious substance you lack. Calm is a pattern your brain can enter when inhibition is sufficiently engaged in the right places and arousal systems are allowed to relax. The goal is not to eliminate excitation, it's to let the system return to a controlled range. That controlled range is what allows you to feel safe enough to stop monitoring, and here's a small, grounded observation that can make this less abstract. Think about the difference between being in a new place and being in a familiar place. In a new place, your brain samples more information. It pays more attention to sound, to layout, to small movements. That increased sampling is a kind of excitation. More signals are treated as potentially important. In a familiar place, the brain filters more aggressively. It recognizes patterns and ignores details. That increased filtering relies on inhibition. Your brain does not become calm because the world changed. It becomes calm because the brain decides fewer things require response. Glutamate and GABA are among the tools used to support that shift. So the two sides of the coin phrase is accurate in three ways at once. Functionally, they represent opposing influences on neural firing probability. Biochemically, they are connected through conversion pathways, with GABA often made from glutamate. And at the network level, their interplay shapes stability, rhythm, learning, attention, and sleep. This is not a neat story with a clean ending because the brain is not neat. It's a living system constantly negotiating. If you've been listening in bed, you might notice that simply understanding the tug of war can reduce some of the frustration. Instead of thinking, "Why am I like this?" you can think, "My system is still leaning toward activation." That shift in interpretation matters because frustration is itself activating. The brain treats frustration as a sign something needs fixing now. When you reframe it as a temporary state, you stop adding fuel. You create room for the slow side to do its work. In a moment, the natural next step is to look at how the brain actually builds and manages its inhibitory messenger. Where does GABA come from in detail? How is it packaged? How is it released? And what does recycling look like when the brain is trying to keep signaling precise and stable? Because once you see that GABA is not just present or absent, but constantly produced and managed like a working supply chain, you start to understand why sleep, stress, and daily habits can influence calm in ways that feel subtle, but add up over time. When you start thinking about neurotransmitters as physical things that have to be made, moved, stored and cleaned up, the brain becomes easier to understand. Not easier in the sense that it becomes simple, but easier in the sense that it stops feeling like magic. A lot of what we call mood, calm, tension, or mental noise is the result of very ordinary biological logistics running extremely fast and extremely reliably. And GABA, for all the attention it gets as a calming signal, is not a mysterious mist floating through the brain. It's a molecule that has to be manufactured on demand, packed for delivery, released at the right moment, and then removed again so the next message can be heard clearly. If you imagine your nervous system as a city, this is the part of the tour where we step behind the scenes, not into a poetic version of the city, but into the practical parts, the warehouses, the delivery routes, the recycling centres, and the rules that keep everything from piling up in the streets. Calm in the brain isn't only a feeling, it's a well-run supply chain. Start with the basic problem neurons have to solve. A neuron can't simply decide, I will be inhibitory now, and then instantly produce GABA out of thin air. Chemistry doesn't work that way. Neurons need raw materials, they need the right enzymes, and they need energy. They also need timing. If a neuron has to slow another neuron down, it can't wait several minutes for a complicated manufacturing process. It needs the message ready, packaged, and deliverable in milliseconds. That's why the brain separates the steps. Make GABA, load it into vesicles, keep those vesicles ready, and then release them rapidly when an electrical signal arrives. In many GABA-producing neurons, the story begins with glutamate. Glutamate is common, and it's deeply integrated into brain metabolism. But a GABAergic neuron doesn't simply use glutamate as a neurotransmitter in the same way a glutamatergic neuron does. Instead, it often converts glutamate into GABA using an enzyme called glutamic acid decarboxylase, usually shortened to GAD. Enzymes are proteins that make reactions happen quickly and reliably, and GAD does something very specific. It removes a carboxyl group from glutamate, converting it into GABA. The details sound like chemistry class, but the meaning is practical. The brain can take a molecule that often supports excitation and transform it into a molecule that supports inhibition, depending on which neuron type is doing the work. There are two common forms of this enzyme in the brain, often referred to as GAD65 and GAD67. The numbers refer to their approximate molecular weights, and the reason there are two forms is that biology likes specialization. These forms are related but not identical. They tend to be expressed in somewhat different patterns and are regulated differently. One way to think about it is that some GABA synthesis is geared toward maintaining a steady baseline supply, while some is geared toward rapid, activity-dependent demands. The brain is constantly deciding how much inhibitory signaling it needs in different circuits, and having multiple enzyme forms is one way to fine-tune that. GAD also relies on a helper molecule derived from vitamin B6 called pyridoxal phosphate. This is one of those details that can easily be misused in oversimplified wellness advice, so it's worth holding it carefully. The point is not that taking B6 will flood your brain with GABA. The point is that the enzymes that run brain chemistry depend on cofactors. The brain is a living system built from nutrients and metabolism. When everything is working normally, these cofactors are present and the machinery runs. When something is severely off, like a true deficiency, then certain pathways can struggle. Most people don't need to micromanage this, but understanding it helps you see why the brain is not separate from the body. Neurotransmitters don't exist in isolation from diet, liver function, gut absorption, and cellular energy. Once GABA is made inside the neuron, it still isn't ready to act. If it just floated around freely in the cell, it wouldn't be released with precision. Neurons need a controlled release mechanism, because the whole point of synaptic communication is timing. So the neuron packages GABA into small membrane-bound sacs called vesicles. Vesicles are like sealed containers. They keep neurotransmitter molecules concentrated and ready to be released in a burst. Getting GABA into vesicles requires another piece of molecular equipment, a vesicular transporter. For GABA, a key one is often called the vesicular GABA transporter, or VGAT. It sits in the vesicle membrane and moves GABA from the cell's interior into the vesicle. This step is not trivial. It uses energy indirectly by exploiting gradients set up by cellular pumps. The vesicle is not a passive bag, it's an active container with a carefully maintained internal environment. The brain spends energy to maintain those gradients because it needs neurotransmission to be fast, repeatable, and localized. Now think about what it means for a neuron to have vesicles full of GABA waiting. It means the neuron has inventory, it has stock on the shelf, and like any inventory system, it has to be managed. Neurons keep vesicles in different pools. Some are docked at the membrane and ready to go immediately when the neuron fires. Others are held in reserve and can be mobilized if activity continues. This matters because inhibition is not only about single isolated events. Many brain states depend on sustained patterns, like keeping a circuit stable during focused attention, or coordinating rhythmic activity during sleep. If a GABA neuron runs out of readily releasable vesicles, its influence changes, so the brain maintains a balance between readiness and replenishment. Release itself is where electrical activity meets chemistry. When a neuron fires an action potential, an electrical spike that travels down its axon, it arrives at the synaptic terminal, the small region where vesicles cluster. That arrival triggers the opening of voltage-gated calcium channels. Calcium ions rush into the terminal. This sudden rise in calcium acts like a signal flare that says now. Proteins in the terminal respond by bringing vesicles to fuse with the membrane and release their contents into the synaptic cleft. This fusion process is tightly controlled by protein machinery, including a set of proteins often grouped under the term snare complex. The details of the names aren't necessary to hold in your head, but the concept is, vesicle release is not a leaky process. It is a triggered event. Calcium arrives, the machinery engages, and the vesicle merges with the membrane. GABA is expelled into the synaptic space in a quick pulse. That pulse is what makes synaptic communication crisp rather than smeared. Once GABA is in the synaptic cleft, it binds to receptors on the receiving neuron. We'll spend focused time on those receptors soon, but for now, remember the supply chain perspective. Release is only half the job. If the message lingers too long, it becomes noise. If it spreads too far, it affects targets it wasn't meant to affect. So the brain must clean up after itself almost immediately. Cleanup happens through transporters, proteins that pull GABA out of the synaptic cleft and back into cells. These are commonly called GABA transporters, often abbreviated as GAT. Different transporter types exist, and they're expressed in different places. Some are primarily on neurons, pulling GABA back into presynaptic terminals so it can be reused. Others are on astrocytes, the star-shaped support cells that do far more than support. Astrocytes actively regulate the chemical environment around synapses. If you ever wonder how the brain can run millions of conversations at once without turning into a chemical soup, astrocytes are a big part of the answer. This reuptake step is one of the reasons neurotransmission stays local. It's like having a cleanup crew right after a message is delivered, preventing spillover. But spillover can still happen, and in some cases it's part of how the brain works. If GABA escapes the immediate synapse, it can activate receptors outside the synaptic cleft, often called extrasynaptic receptors. That can contribute to what's called tonic inhibition, a more persistent background inhibitory tone compared to the quick phasic inhibition of synaptic bursts. Tonic inhibition is one of the ways the brain sets overall excitability levels in a region. It's less like tapping the brake and more like adjusting how responsive the engine is in general. Now, once GABA is taken back up, the brain has choices. It can reuse GABA, break it down, or convert it into other molecules. Reuse is efficient. A presynaptic neuron can take GABA back in, refill vesicles, and be ready again. But neurons and glial cells also break GABA down using enzymes. especially when GABA levels need to be controlled or when energy metabolism makes it advantageous. One important enzyme here is GABA transaminase. This enzyme helps convert GABA into other metabolites, ultimately feeding into pathways that connect to the cell's energy production. The brain doesn't like waste. Many of its neurotransmitters tie into metabolism because metabolism is the foundation. When you break down GABA, you can produce succinic semialdehyde, which can then be converted into succinate by another enzyme, succinic semialdehyde dehydrogenase. Succinate is a familiar participant in the Krebs cycle, the central energy cycle inside mitochondria. This whole connection is sometimes referred to as the GABA shunt. Again, you don't need to memorize the names. The meaning is that GABA is not only a messenger, it can be part of an energy-related pathway, linking signaling with metabolism. If that seems surprising, it's actually a good reminder of what neurons are. They are not abstract thought machines. They are cells. They consume fuel, they manage ions, they maintain membranes, and they keep themselves alive. Neurotransmission is one of the most energy-hungry things the brain does, because after every electrical and chemical event, gradients need to be restored. Sodium and potassium pumps have to work. Vesicles need to be reformed and refilled. Transporters have to run. Astrocytes have to buffer and recycle. Calm, in other words, is not free. Even the act of stabilizing circuits and reducing firing requires energy, because maintaining the ability to signal at all requires constant upkeep. This supply chain is not identical in every part of the brain. Different regions have different densities of GABAergic neurons, different receptor distributions, different transporter expressions, and different relationships to glial cells. The cerebellum, for example, uses GABA extensively for coordinating movement. The cortex uses GABA interneurons to shape attention, sensory processing, and thought. The hippocampus uses GABA to regulate memory circuits and prevent runaway excitation. Hypothalamic regions involved in sleep and arousal use inhibitory signaling to suppress wake-promoting systems at the right time. Same molecule, different circuit role, different effect on your experience. It's also important to understand that making calm is not always about making more GABA. Sometimes it's about releasing it at the right time. Sometimes it's about receptors being responsive. Sometimes it's about transporters clearing it efficiently so signals remain precise. Sometimes it's about the brain's background inhibitory tone, and sometimes it's about the upstream factors that decide whether the inhibitory neurons fire in the first place. A GABA neuron can have full vesicles and still not release much if the network doesn't recruit it. So when you hear simplistic advice like increase GABA, it tends to miss the point that this is a coordinated system, not a single tank you fill. This is also a good place to gently untangle a common misunderstanding about supplements. You'll often see GABA sold as something you can swallow to feel calmer. It's tempting, because it's a clean story. GABA calms the brain, so take GABA to calm the brain. But the nervous system is protected by barriers, especially the blood-brain barrier, which regulates what substances can easily enter the brain from the bloodstream. Some molecules pass readily, others do not. There is ongoing scientific discussion about how much orally taken GABA affects the brain directly versus indirectly, and the effects people report may involve peripheral nervous system influences, placebo effects, or indirect pathways. The most honest stance here is that the brain's own GABA system is primarily regulated internally by synthesis, release, receptors, and recycling within neural tissue. That doesn't mean nothing outside the brain matters. It means the relationship is not as simple as consume molecule, change brain state. Where outside factors clearly matter is in how the brain's internal supply chain is regulated. Stress hormones can change how neurons fire. Sleep deprivation can change receptor sensitivity and network excitability. Chronic inflammation can alter neurotransmitter dynamics. Repeated exposure to certain drugs can cause receptors to adjust their responsiveness, transporters to change expression, and neurons to recalibrate release. This is homeostasis again. The brain tries to keep itself within functional limits. If you push it toward more inhibition artificially for a long time, it may compensate by dialing sensitivity down. If you remove that artificial push suddenly, you can get rebound excitation. Understanding the supply chain makes that less mysterious. It's not the brain being stubborn, it's the brain trying to restore balance. There's also a quieter piece of the story that explains why GABA can feel tied to safety. Many inhibitory neurons are deeply involved in gating sensory input and dampening threat responses. If inhibition is strong and well-timed in the right networks, the brain can decide this input is not urgent. That decision is reflected in your body as well. Fewer stress signals, less muscle tension, less scanning. But if inhibition is weak in those networks, the brain may treat more inputs as potentially important. You can end up with a system that feels like it's always slightly listening for trouble, not because you want to, but because the filtering isn't as effective. Think about how this plays out at night. In a good settling process, the brain gradually shifts into a mode where fewer external inputs are treated as worth responding to. A distant sound might still register, but it doesn't recruit a full alert response. A random thought might appear, but it doesn't trigger planning. Sleep-promoting regions can inhibit wake-promoting regions, and cortical activity can become more synchronized in rhythms associated with rest. GABA is not the only player in that shift, but it is one of the main tools used by the brain to quiet the chatter without shutting the entire system down. There's a practical reason this matters for how you relate to your own experience. When people struggle with sleep or anxiety, they often interpret the struggle as a direct reflection of who they are. But what you're often feeling is the state of a system whose balance has shifted. If your inhibitory supply chain is under strain because of stress, irregular sleep, stimulants, or learned cues, the brain may have a harder time achieving the same downshift it achieved in easier periods of your life. That doesn't mean you've lost the ability, it means the system needs different conditions, and it may need time to retrain. There's also an interesting and slightly reassuring point here. The brain doesn't rely on a single method of inhibition. It uses multiple receptor types, multiple forms of inhibition, and multiple timescales. Some inhibition is fast and local, shaping the precise timing of spikes. Some is slow and modulatory, setting a broader tone. Some is synaptic, and some is extrasynaptic. Some is driven by classic GABAergic interneurons, and some involves glial contributions and network-level mechanisms. In other words, the brain built redundancy into calm. It knows that stability is important enough to have more than one tool. If you're listening right now and you've been following the supply chain picture, you might notice that we've been talking about GABA as if it's one thing, but the effects depend heavily on what happens after release, what receptors it binds to, how quickly those receptors act, and what kind of inhibitory effect they produce. That's the next natural step, because once you understand how GABA is built, stored, released, and recycled, it becomes much easier to understand why different calming influences feel different, often come down to the receptors that receive GABA's message, and the specific ways those receptors change neural activity, which is where we'll go next as the story continues forward. Now that you have the picture of GABA as a carefully managed messenger, made from raw materials packaged into vesicles, released on cue, then swept back up and recycled, the next question almost asks itself. When that little burst of GABA arrives at a synapse, what exactly does the receiving neuron hear? Because the same message can be received in more than one way. In everyday life, that's normal. If someone tells you slow down, you might respond by easing your foot off the accelerator, or by tapping the brakes, or by pulling into a rest stop for a longer pause. Same instruction, different mechanisms. In the nervous system, those different mechanisms live in the receptors. GABA doesn't create calm by existing. It creates calm by binding to receptors that change what neurons do next. And the brain, being the brain, didn't settle for a single type of receptor. It has multiple. The two major families that matter most for how you feel, GABA's influence, are called GABA A and GABA B. The letters can make it sound like a simple alphabetical difference. but they represent two fundamentally different approaches to inhibition. One is fast and direct, like flipping a switch that immediately changes electrical flow. The other is slower and more modulatory, like sending a message into the cell that changes how it behaves for a while. If you've ever wondered why some calming effects feel immediate and physical, while others feel like a gradual loosening over minutes, part of the answer sits right here. Let's start with GABA A receptors, because they are the ones most people indirectly experience through common sedative drugs, alcohol, and many sleep medications. A GABA A receptor is an ion channel receptor. That means it is a protein complex sitting in the membrane of a neuron, forming a pore. When the receptor is activated by GABA, that pore opens and allows specific ions to move through. Ions are charged particles, and neurons are electrical because they maintain different ion concentrations inside and outside their membranes. Changing ion movement changes the neuron's membrane potential, which changes how likely it is to fire. In most adult neurons, the relevant ion here is chloride. When GABA binds to a GABA A receptor, the channel opens and chloride ions move in a direction that generally makes the neuron less likely to produce an action potential. The practical meaning is simple. It becomes harder for that neuron to fire in response to excitatory input. It's as if the threshold for go rises slightly, not forever, often for tens of milliseconds. But in a brain where millions of synapses are doing this all the time, that short window is enough to shape the flow of activity. This fast inhibition is sometimes called phasic inhibition, because it arrives in quick bursts tied to neurotransmitter release. Imagine a circuit in the cortex where excitatory neurons are starting to ramp up. A GABA interneuron fires, releases GABA, and for a brief period it clamps down on the local activity. That clamp can stop a potential runaway loop. It can sharpen timing so only the most relevant signals get through. It can create a clean pause that lets the network reset. This is not only about feeling sleepy, it's about making brain activity stable and organized. GABA, receptors are also famous for being highly tunable, and that's because they come in many subtypes. The receptor is usually made of 5 subunits arranged in a ring, like 5 pieces forming a channel. Different combinations of subunits create receptors with different properties: how strongly they respond to GABA, how quickly they open and close, where they tend to sit on the neuron, and how they respond to drugs. This is one reason 2 substances can both work on GABA A and still feel different. They may be influencing different receptor subtypes or acting differently on the same subtype. Location matters too. Many GABA A receptors are found right at synapses, positioned to respond to the rapid pulse of GABA released from a presynaptic terminal. But there are also GABA A receptors located outside synapses called extrasynaptic receptors. These often have a higher sensitivity to low levels of GABA and contribute to tonic inhibition, a more constant background inhibitory tone. If phasic inhibition is like quick taps on the brake, tonic inhibition is more like setting the overall resistance of the system, making it slightly less reactive in general. That distinction helps explain something people sometimes struggle to describe. There's a kind of calm that feels like specific relief. Your mind stops grabbing at every thought. Your body loosens. You feel less jolted by little noises. And there's another kind of calm that feels like a general lowering of responsiveness, almost like your whole system is less easy to provoke. Those are not entirely separate experiences, but they can map onto differences between brief, targeted inhibitory bursts and a more persistent inhibitory tone. Because GABA A receptors are ion channels, their effects can be very fast. The time from GABA release to channel opening is short, and the impact on membrane potential is immediate. This is why drugs that enhance GABA A activity can produce quick changes in sedation and anxiety. Benzodiazepines are a classic example. They don't usually activate GABA A receptors by themselves. Instead, they act as positive allosteric modulators. That phrase just means they bind to a different site on the receptor and make it respond more strongly to GABA when GABA is present. It's like adding a lever that makes the same amount of GABA open the channel more effectively or more frequently. This is why benzodiazepines can reduce anxiety and promote sleepiness. They amplify the brain's own inhibitory signals rather than replacing them entirely. But this is also why they can cause tolerance with repeated use. The brain adapts. If inhibition is consistently amplified, the system may compensate by changing receptor numbers or sensitivity, or by shifting other aspects of excitatory and inhibitory balance. Then the same dose produces less effect, and stopping suddenly can produce rebound symptoms, where the go side feels louder for a while. Again, that's not a personal weakness. It's homeostasis in a nervous system that is trying to keep itself within functional limits. Other substances interact with GABA A receptors too. Barbiturates, which are older sedative drugs, can also enhance GABA A activity, and at higher doses can directly activate the receptor. That's one reason they can be more dangerous. They can push inhibition too far in a way that affects breathing and consciousness. Certain sleep medications, sometimes called Z drugs, like zolpidem, act at specific benzodiazepine-related sites and tend to be more selective for certain receptor subunits, which is part of why they can feel more targeted for sleep onset in some people. Neurosteroids, steroid molecules produced in the body, can modulate GABA A receptors as well, influencing inhibitory tone in ways that can shift across the menstrual cycle, pregnancy, stress, and other hormonal states. Even alcohol has effects on GABA A receptors, contributing to its initial sedating and anxiolytic feel, although alcohol also affects many other systems, and the overall outcome on sleep quality can be poor because of how it disrupts later sleep stages and creates rebound arousal. I'm not listing these to turn this into a pharmacology lecture. The point is that GABA A receptors sit at a major intersection between natural inhibitory signaling and many external influences. If you've ever felt a substance take the edge off and then later felt the edge return sharper, you've seen the nervous system's adaptive nature interacting with a receptor system that is designed to be modulated. Now, GABA B receptors are a very different story. If GABA A is a fast ion channel, GABA B is a metabotropic receptor, meaning it doesn't form a pore itself. Instead, it's a receptor that triggers a signaling cascade inside the cell through a G protein. In practical terms, that means it acts more slowly, but its effects can last longer and can influence the cell in broader ways. GABA B receptors are typically made of two parts that have to pair up to function properly, often described as a heterodimer. When GABA binds, the receptor activates an internal pathway that usually involves inhibiting certain cellular processes and altering ion channel behavior indirectly. One of the most important effects is that GABA B activation can open potassium channels, allowing potassium ions to flow in a way that makes the neuron more negative inside, pushing it away from firing. It can also inhibit calcium channels in presynaptic terminals, reducing neurotransmitter release. That presynaptic effect is especially interesting because it means GABA B receptors can reduce excitation at the source by making it harder for a neuron to release its own neurotransmitters. So while GABA A often acts like an immediate clamp on postsynaptic firing, GABA B can act like a longer cooling signal that reduces excitability and reduces incoming drive by limiting neurotransmitter release. This is sometimes reflected in how the inhibitory postsynaptic potentials look. GABA tends to produce fast inhibitory postsynaptic currents, while GABA B tends to produce slow inhibitory postsynaptic potentials. Fast is good for timing and preventing immediate spikes. Slow is good for shaping longer windows of reduced responsiveness. If you think back to the experience of trying to fall asleep, this difference can matter. At bedtime, your brain is not only trying to block a single thought, it's trying to change state. State changes often require a sustained shift, not just a momentary pause. GABA B signaling can contribute to that sustained shift in certain circuits. It's part of how networks can remain less excitable long enough for sleep-promoting patterns to establish themselves. GABA B receptors also contribute to something you might recognize if you've ever felt that you're stuck in a loop. Neural loops happen when activity cycles through pathways and reactivates itself. Some loops are useful, like maintaining working memory briefly. Others can become unhelpful, like rumination loops or certain kinds of worry circuits that keep retriggering. By reducing neurotransmitter release presynaptically and by promoting a longer inhibitory tone postsynaptically, GABA B receptors can help dampen sustained looping activity, not instantly and not universally, but as part of the network's ability to cool down. There's a medication called baclofen that is a GABA B receptor agonist, meaning it activates GABA B receptors. Clinically, it's often used as a muscle relaxant, especially for spasticity, because inhibitory signaling in spinal and brainstem circuits can reduce excessive muscle tone. Many people who take it also notice sedation, dizziness, or changes in alertness, which is consistent with a receptor system that reduces excitability more broadly. That's another reminder that calm is context-dependent. In one context, reducing excitability can be helpful and relieve symptoms. In another, it can feel like heaviness or fog. The difference is often the circuit and the dose, not the moral value of inhibition. So far, this might sound like a neat division. GABA A is fast, GABA B is slow, but the brain rarely keeps things that clean. Both receptor types can exist in the same regions and even on the same neurons. Both contribute to controlling activity, but they do it with different timing and different influence points. And because they can interact, the overall effect of GABA signaling in a circuit is a blend. A quick inhibitory clamp might prevent a spike, while a slower inhibitory wave might reduce the chance of repeated firing. Together, they can stabilize a circuit in the short term and reshape its tone in the longer term. This is also where the idea of precision becomes important. When people say they want to calm their brain, what they often want is not global shutdown but selective quieting. They want the unnecessary alarms to stop, while keeping the parts of the brain that help them feel safe and present. Inhibition supports selective quieting when it's targeted. The brain accomplishes targeting through wiring, where inhibitory neurons connect, and through receptor distribution, where receptor types and subtypes are expressed. For example, certain GABA interneurons in the cortex can target the cell bodies of pyramidal neurons, strongly controlling whether they fire. Other interneurons target dendrites, shaping how incoming inputs are integrated. Some inhibitory neurons are specialized for timing and synchronizing network rhythms. This diversity means inhibition can act like an orchestra conductor rather than a blanket. The conductor doesn't stop the music. The conductor controls entrances, volume, and timing so the music stays coherent. In the brain, coherent activity is what often feels like calm focus, and coherent transitions are what often support sleep. It's also worth noting that inhibitory signaling is not only about quieting thought, it's also about shaping perception. The thalamus, a major relay station for sensory information heading to the cortex, is heavily influenced by GABAergic inhibition. Changes in inhibition there can alter how much sensory input reaches conscious awareness. This is part of why, as you drift towards sleep, external sounds can feel farther away even if they're still present. The input hasn't necessarily disappeared. The gating has changed. On the other hand, if inhibitory gating is weaker, you may feel more sensitive to small sounds, small lights, small movements in the room. That sensitivity can be especially noticeable when you're already tired, because fatigue doesn't automatically mean good inhibition. Sometimes fatigue makes the brain less able to regulate itself effectively, leading to a paradox where you're exhausted but easily startled. That paradox makes more sense when you remember that sleep pressure and inhibitory control are related but not identical. Another quiet piece of the story is adaptation. Receptors are not fixed objects that behave the same way forever. The brain adjusts receptor expression and receptor sensitivity based on experience, stress, sleep patterns, and repeated exposure to substances. With GABA A receptors, changes in subunit composition can influence how strongly a receptor responds to GABA and how it responds to modulators like benzodiazepines. With GABA B receptors, changes in signaling efficiency can alter the strength of slow inhibition. These adaptations can be protective, keeping the brain from being pushed too far into either extreme, but they can also contribute to changing responses over time. This is one reason a strategy that worked for sleep in one period of life may not work the same way later. The hardware is the same in broad terms, but the tuning changes. If you zoom out, the calm switches are not simply on or off, they are adjustable gates. GABA A provides rapid gating and timing control. GABA B provides slower, longer gating and presynaptic modulation. Both help prevent runaway excitation and help the brain shift into states that are appropriate for the moment. That moment might be focused attention at work, smooth coordination during a walk, emotional regulation during a stressful conversation, or the gradual surrender of wakefulness at night. And if you're listening right now with a mind that tends to race, there's a gentle practicality hidden in all of this. The fact that your brain has multiple inhibitory receptors is not a sign that you're complicated. It's a sign that your brain is built for flexibility. It can apply brakes quickly when something spikes, and it can also settle into a slower deceleration when it needs a state change. If your mind isn't switching off easily, it doesn't mean the brake system is absent. It means the balance is currently leaning toward go, and the system may need conditions that allow the inhibitory side to become dominant again. As we move forward from here, the next step is to connect these receptor-level mechanisms to what you experience as a person. What does inhibition actually do to thoughts, to sensations, to the feeling of being pulled toward a worry, or the feeling that a sound is too sharp, or the feeling that your own body is too noticeable? Because once you see how these calm switches work, it becomes much easier to understand what it means in a practical and grounded way for the brain to turn down the volume on certain signals while letting others remain steady in the background. If you've ever been lying in bed and suddenly realised you can hear the smallest sound in the room, the sort of sound you never noticed during the day, you've already met one of the brain's most important control systems. Maybe it's the faint hum of a refrigerator down the hall. Maybe it's the tiny click of a radiator. Maybe it's the soft buzz of a phone charging cable. Nothing about those sounds is new. What changes is your relationship to them. Some nights your brain lets them pass like harmless background. Other nights each sound feels sharp, as if it's tapping on your attention and refusing to stop. That difference is not only about your mood, it's about how strongly your brain is inhibiting signals that don't need to become a full experience. Inhibition is one of the brain's main tools for turning down the volume, not only the volume of sound, but the volume of everything. Thoughts, sensations, urges, memories, and even the sense that something needs to be solved right now. And when inhibition is doing its job well, you usually don't notice it. You don't sit at lunch thinking, my inhibition is excellent today. You just feel normal. You focus when you need to. You ignore what doesn't matter. You move through the world without being overwhelmed by your own senses. The moment you notice inhibition is often the moment it's strained, delayed, or outcompeted. That's when ordinary input feels too loud, a light seems too bright, a small worry becomes a loop. Your body sensations become harder to ignore. You might describe it as being on edge, or wired, or too aware. Those words make sense because your brain is letting more signals rise into awareness and recruit action systems, instead of quietly filtering them. To keep this grounded, it helps to remember that your brain is flooded with information all the time. Even in a quiet room, your eyes are receiving patterns of light, your ears are receiving pressure waves, your skin is receiving touch and temperature information, and your internal organs are sending signals about digestion, heart rhythm, and breathing. If your brain treated all of that as equally important, you'd be paralyzed by detail. So most of the brain's work is not creating experience. Most of it is preventing experience from becoming too crowded. Inhibition is one of the ways it does that. When a neuron receives inhibitory input, it becomes less likely to fire. That reduces the spread of activity through networks. On a practical level, it means fewer signals are amplified into the kind of large-scale brain activity that reaches conscious awareness and triggers behavior. You can think of it like a crowd control system. Signals can still exist, but they don't all make it through the gates. This is why inhibition isn't just calm, it's selection. It's what allows you to listen to one person in a cafe and not to the clatter of every cup. It's what allows you to read a sentence and not be pulled away by every slight movement in the corner of your vision. It's what allows you to have a thought and then let it go without following it into a full argument with yourself. That last one, the thought you don't follow, is a very underrated triumph of inhibition. One of the simplest examples is something called lateral inhibition, which shows up in sensory systems. Your visual system, for instance, doesn't only register light, it enhances contrast. Neurons that respond to a bright area can inhibit neighbouring neurons in a way that sharpens edges. The result is that you perceive boundaries more clearly. Inhibition here isn't about making vision weaker. It's about making vision more useful. It reduces redundancy. It helps the brain emphasize differences that matter for recognizing objects. Your auditory system uses similar principles. Sounds are complex patterns. Your brain has to separate signal from noise, distinguish a voice from background hum, detect the start of a sound, and decide if it matters. Inhibitory circuits help shape those decisions. They allow certain frequencies or timing patterns to stand out while others recede. Again, it's not about less hearing, it's about better hearing. The same logic scales up to attention and thought. When you focus, you aren't simply increasing activity in one place. You're also suppressing activity in competing places. Attention is partly the act of saying yes to one stream of information and no to others, and the no is often implemented biologically through inhibition. Now think about what happens when you are tired or stressed. The brain's ability to apply that no can weaken. Not always, but often enough that many people recognize the pattern. They become more distractible. They find it harder to ignore small discomforts. They react more strongly to small interruptions. Their mind jumps between concerns. That can be described as poor self-control, but it's also a straightforward network effect. Inhibition is not holding the line as well, so more signals compete for access to awareness. This is especially noticeable with internal sensations, what scientists call interoception. Your body constantly sends information to your brain about internal state, heartbeats, breathing patterns, fullness, temperature, tension, pain signals, and countless subtle chemical cues. Most of the time, you don't consciously feel these signals in detail. You have a general sense of your body, but not a running report. That's a form of filtering too. Inhibitory control helps keep interoceptive input from becoming overwhelming. When inhibition is reduced, interoceptive signals can become louder. You notice your heartbeat more. Your breathing feels more present. A small muscle tension becomes an urgent discomfort. This can be one pathway into anxiety, because the brain is very good at interpreting bodily sensations as information about safety. If you feel your heart pounding and you interpret it as danger, your stress system can rise, which makes your heart pound more, which then feels like more evidence of danger. That's a loop. Inhibitory control helps prevent loops by reducing the amplification of both sensations and interpretations. It's also worth separating two ideas that people often mix together: sensation and salience. Sensation is the raw input. Salience is the brain's decision about whether that input matters. You can have a sensation without it feeling important. You can also have a sensation that feels urgently important, even if it's mild. Salience is shaped by many systems: dopamine, norepinephrine, amygdala activity, and the state of your nervous system overall. Inhibition helps regulate salience by preventing small signals from being treated as major events when they don't need to be. This is why in a relaxed state you can hear a sound and not care. In a stressed state, the same sound can feel like a problem. The sound itself doesn't change. Your nervous system's evaluation does. Inhibition is part of how the brain keeps evaluation proportional. If you've ever had a day where everything irritates you, lights, sounds, people talking, your shirt collar, the feeling of the air, there is often a biological story behind that. It's not just being grumpy, it can be a brain that is struggling to filter. When filtering is inefficient, everything arrives at full brightness. And when everything arrives at full brightness, it's exhausting because attention is being pulled in too many directions. Now let's bring this into the space of thoughts, because that's where many people feel the problem most sharply at night. Thoughts are not random in the way we sometimes imagine. They are shaped by networks that generate internal narratives, pull up memories, simulate outcomes, and scan for problems. Those networks are useful. They help you plan, learn, and make sense of your life. But they can also become too active, especially when the brain is in a heightened state. Inhibition helps thoughts remain optional. That's a strange phrase, but it captures something real. A thought can appear and then vanish, or a thought can appear and grip you, demanding attention. The difference isn't just the content of the thought, it's the network state around it. When inhibitory control is strong, the thought is less likely to recruit a whole cascade of related thoughts. It's less likely to trigger a bodily response. It's less likely to be treated as a command. When inhibitory control is weaker, thoughts can chain together more easily. A single idea about tomorrow becomes 10 ideas, then a memory of a past mistake, then an imagined future outcome, then a plan to prevent the imagined outcome, then a sudden sense that you're behind. That chain can feel like you're choosing it, because it happens in your own mind, but it's often an automatic spread of activity through associative networks. Inhibition is what normally limits that spread. One way to picture it is to imagine a spark landing on a surface. On a wet surface, the spark fizzles. On dry paper, the spark spreads. In this analogy, inhibition is part of what makes the surface wet. It prevents activity from running away. It doesn't prevent thinking, it prevents uncontrolled thinking. There is also the matter of the brain's habit of prediction. Your brain constantly predicts what will happen next, what you'll see when you turn your head, what a familiar sound means, what someone's facial expression implies. Prediction is efficient. It helps you respond quickly. But prediction can turn into worry when the brain is in threat mode, because the predictions become biased toward danger. In that state, the brain generates more what-if scenarios. Those scenarios are essentially predictions that haven't been constrained by calming signals. Inhibition helps constrain prediction. It helps keep the brain from treating every possible future as equally urgent. It helps keep imagination from becoming a threat generator. Without enough inhibition in the right circuits, your mind can start doing what it was designed to do, anticipate, and it can do it too much. The sensory side and the cognitive side meet in a particularly interesting place, the thalamus. The thalamus is often described as a relay station for sensory input, sending information to the cortex, but it's not a passive relay. It participates in deciding what gets through and what gets dampened. Inhibitory inputs, including those involving GABA, help regulate thalamic gating. This is part of why, as you become sleepy, external stimuli can feel less intrusive. The brain is literally changing the gain on incoming information. It's also part of why, when you're anxious, small stimuli can feel more intrusive. The gating is more open. You can see this in everyday moments. If you're deeply absorbed in a book, you might not notice someone speaking to you right away. That's not because your ears stopped working. It's because attention and gating systems were prioritizing the book and suppressing competing input. If you're on alert, you might notice the slightest creak in the hallway. The same systems are working in a different direction. There's also a motor side to inhibition that people don't always connect to calm. A calm body is not only a body with relaxed muscles, it's a body whose movement system is well controlled. Inhibition in motor circuits helps prevent unwanted movements and helps refine intended movements. If inhibition is reduced, you can see tremor, restlessness, fidgeting, or a feeling of being unable to sit still. Sometimes that restlessness is psychological. Sometimes it's a motor system that is more excitable. Often it's both, because the brain is integrated. A restless motor system can feed back into a restless mind, simply because movement and arousal tend to travel together. So when you think about inhibition turning down volume, it's not just turning down one speaker in the room, it's adjusting a whole soundboard. It reduces the amplification of sensory input. It reduces the tendency for thoughts to chain. It reduces the salience assigned to neutral signals. It refines movement, and it supports the brain's ability to shift state. That shift of state is critical. The brain isn't meant to remain in one mode all day and night. It needs to move between modes: active engagement, focused work, social attention, relaxed wakefulness, drowsiness, sleep. Those modes are supported by different patterns of excitation and inhibition. Inhibition helps one mode give way to another smoothly. Without it, transitions can feel harsh or incomplete. You can feel stuck in go mode when you want slow mode. This is part of why nighttime can be challenging. During the day, external structure helps. You have tasks. You have environmental cues. You have social demands. Your attention is constantly guided. At night, that structure relaxes and the mind has room. For some people, that room becomes a relief. For others, it becomes an invitation for the brain to run its problem-solving engines. If the inhibitory systems that normally dampen those engines aren't gaining dominance, the engines keep running. Another thing that complicates the picture is that inhibition doesn't always feel pleasant. Sometimes increasing inhibition in the wrong way feels like heaviness, fog, or a reduction in clarity. That's why it's important to distinguish between well-tuned inhibition and blunt inhibition. Well-tuned inhibition makes the mind quieter without making it dull. It allows focus. It supports ease. Blunt inhibition can make you feel slowed down in an unhelpful way. The brain naturally tries to avoid extremes. It wants inhibition where it is needed and excitation where it is needed. The problem arises when the balance is not matching the situation. To bring this closer to your own experience, you might notice that the volume you want to turn down is often not one thing. It might be external noise, but it might also be internal commentary. It might be a physical unease. It might be emotional reactivity. Inhibition is involved in all of these, but in different circuits. That's why one calming strategy can help one person and not another. One person's main issue might be sensory sensitivity. Another's might be rumination. Another's might be body tension. The nervous system can arrive at restlessness through different routes, and inhibition has to be engaged in different places to help. There's also a quiet truth that can make nights easier. You don't have to eliminate input to rest. You only need to reduce its impact. A sound can exist without being important. A thought can exist without being followed. A sensation can exist without being interpreted as danger. That is what turning down the volume actually means. The brain still receives signals. It simply stops treating every signal like a headline. If you want a small experiment you can do without effort, try noticing the difference between a thought and your reaction to the thought. A thought appears. I should have said something different. That's the thought. Then there may be a reaction, a tightening in the chest, a second thought, a plan to fix it, a spiral into self-criticism. The reaction is where the volume rises. Inhibition doesn't prevent the first thought. It often prevents the cascade. It reduces the tendency for the first thought to recruit everything else. Similarly with sound, the sound appears. Then there's a reaction. What was that? Is someone in the hallway? I won't be able to sleep with this noise. Those reactions are what give the sound power. Inhibitory gating reduces the chance that the sound triggers that chain. It lets the sound remain a sound. On nights when you're struggling, you can treat the struggle itself as a signal that the system is more excitable. That doesn't fix it instantly, but it changes your stance. Instead of battling your brain, you can work with it. Reduce the inputs that keep arousal high, reduce the effort of monitoring, and allow the brain's natural inhibitory tone to build. Sometimes that's as simple as giving your eyes less light. Sometimes it's reducing stimulation before bed. Sometimes it's letting thoughts exist without solving them. These aren't moral practices. They're ways of lowering excitation so inhibition can do what it's designed to do. One more detail helps connect inhibition to something people often describe: the feeling of drifting. Drifting is not a single moment. It's a gradual loosening of the brain's grip on precise control. Attention becomes less anchored. Thoughts become less linear. Sensory input becomes less dominant. The borders of awareness soften. That softening is not the brain shutting down, it's the brain changing which networks are allowed to dominate. Inhibitory signaling, including GABA-related inhibition, helps make that shift possible by reducing the constant pressure to stay alert and responsive. And that's the bridge into what comes next, because the state we call sleep is not simply the absence of wakefulness. Sleep has its own organised patterns, including slow-wave rhythms and specific transitions through stages. Those patterns depend heavily on inhibition timing, and the ability of brain networks to synchronise and then let go again. Once you see inhibition as the brain's volume control, shaping sensations, thoughts and salience, it becomes much easier to understand how the brain uses the same tools to guide you from wakefulness into sleep, and why GABA is so closely tied to that nightly shift into deeper, quieter rhythms. If you're listening to this at night, there's a good chance you already know the strange gap between feeling tired and actually falling asleep. Tiredness can feel heavy in the body, like you're carrying a little extra weight in your limbs. Sleepiness, the kind that lets you drift, feels different. It's not just fatigue, it's a change in the brain state. And that change doesn't happen because your brain gets bored and powers down. It happens because specific systems in the brain start coordinating a handover, taking you from a wakeful mode that prioritizes readiness to a sleep mode that prioritizes repair, memory processing, and energy conservation. GABA is one of the main tools used in that handover, not the only one, and not always the star of the show, but one of the most dependable. If we keep the turning down the volume idea in view, sleep is the time when the brain doesn't just lower the volume on a few signals, it changes the entire mix. The same sensory inputs might still exist, but they get routed differently. Thoughts still appear, but their grip changes. Muscle tone shifts. Heart rate tends to slow. The brain begins to generate different rhythms, patterns of activity that are recognisably sleep when measured with EEG. To make sense of where GABA fits, it helps to start with a simple, but often misunderstood fact. Sleep is actively produced. The brain has sleep-promoting regions that send inhibitory signals to wake-promoting regions. In other words, sleep isn't simply what happens when wakefulness runs out. Sleep is something the brain does on purpose, with circuitry. That's why you can be exhausted and still stay awake if the wake-promoting systems remain active, and it's why you can sometimes fall asleep quickly even if you don't feel deeply tired, if the sleep-promoting systems gain control at the right moment. A key part of this control sits in the hypothalamus, a small but powerful region that helps regulate basic functions like body temperature, hunger, hormone release, and the sleep-wake cycle. Within the hypothalamus, there are areas that promote wakefulness and areas that promote sleep. One group that often comes up in sleep science is the ventrolateral preoptic area, usually shortened to VLPO. The VLPO contains many neurons that release inhibitory neurotransmitters, including GABA. When these VLPO neurons become active, they inhibit wake-promoting centers in the brain. That inhibition doesn't just make you feel relaxed, it actively suppresses the systems that keep you alert. Those wake-promoting centers are scattered across the brainstem and other regions. They include systems that release norepinephrine, acetylcholine, histamine, serotonin, and orexin. Each of those chemicals is part of maintaining wakefulness and attention. If those systems are running strongly, the brain tends to resist sleep, When the VLPO and related sleep-promoting regions increase their inhibitory output, they start to silence those wake signals. GABA plays a direct role here because it's one of the main inhibitory messages used to dampen those arousal systems. People sometimes describe this as a flip-flop switch. The idea is that wakefulness and sleep are stabilized states, and the brain uses mutually inhibitory circuits to switch between them. Wake systems inhibit sleep systems during the day, keeping you alert and preventing accidental drifting. Sleep systems inhibit wake systems at night, keeping you asleep and preventing frequent waking. This arrangement is efficient because it reduces the amount of time you spend in an unstable half-awake state. When it works well, you're awake during the day, and you're asleep at night, with smooth transitions between. When it doesn't work well, you can get stuck in the middle. You can feel sleepy but not quite asleep, or you can fall asleep and then pop back awake easily. That middle zone is where many people experience frustration. It can feel like your brain is refusing to commit. From a circuit perspective, it's often a situation where neither side has fully won. Wake systems are still sending stay alert messages, while sleep systems are trying to apply inhibitory pressure. GABA becomes important because it's part of the inhibitory pressure needed to tip the balance. Now the feeling of drowsy drift is that early part of the handover. Your attention loosens. Your thoughts become less directed. You may notice little fragments of imagery, or words that don't quite make sense, or the sense that you're sliding rather than deciding. That drift corresponds to changes in how cortical networks operate and how sensory gating is handled. Inhibitory signaling increases in key places. Your brain starts filtering more aggressively. It stops treating as many signals as worth reacting to. One of the most practical examples is how your brain handles sound as you get sleepy. The sound itself doesn't necessarily change, but the way your brain responds does. Part of this involves changes in thalamic gating. The thalamus is a central relay for many sensory pathways. It communicates closely with the cortex. During wakefulness, the thalamus helps transmit detailed sensory information to the cortex so you can interact with the world. During sleep, the thalamus changes how it operates, and inhibitory networks help reduce the flow of sensory input that would otherwise keep waking you up. GABAergic circuits, including the thalamic reticular nucleus, which is heavily inhibitory, play a major role in shaping these transitions and generating certain sleep rhythms like spindles. Sleep spindles are brief bursts of rhythmic activity that often appear in a stage of sleep that's lighter than deep sleep, usually called N2 in standard sleep staging. You don't have to remember the label, the point is that sleep is not one uniform state. It moves through phases. Early in the night you tend to move through lighter sleep into deeper slow-wave sleep. Later, REM sleep becomes more prominent. Inhibition, including GABA-related inhibition, is involved in controlling transitions and maintaining stability across these phases. If you've ever experienced that moment of "I was just about to fall asleep and then I jerked awake," that can be related to a mismatch between systems. The body's relaxing, but a sensory input or internal signal triggers a brief arousal response, pulling you back toward wakefulness. When inhibitory control and sleep-promoting circuits are strong, those little arousal spikes are less likely to fully wake you. They may happen, but they stay small. When inhibitory control is weaker, or arousal systems are stronger, the same small spike becomes a full wake-up. As the night deepens and you move towards slow-wave sleep, the brain begins to produce large, slow oscillations in cortical activity. These slow waves are not just less activity. They reflect a coordinated pattern where large populations of neurons alternate between periods of activity and periods of relative silence. The silence phases are sometimes described as down states, where many neurons are less likely to fire. Inhibition contributes to the ability of networks to enter and maintain those down states. It's a different kind of quiet than the quick synaptic inhibition we discussed earlier. It's more like the entire network is agreeing together to pause. Slow-wave sleep is important for many reasons that have been studied in different ways. It tends to be associated with physical restoration, aspects of immune function, metabolic regulation, and memory consolidation processes. It's also the part of sleep many people subjectively miss when they say they slept but didn't feel restored. You can spend time in bed and still not get robust slow-wave sleep if the brain remains too aroused or if sleep is fragmented. In that context, GABA's role in stabilizing sleep and suppressing arousal systems becomes especially meaningful because deep sleep is not something the brain can do well while it's still monitoring the environment intensely. But it's worth being careful here. GABA's presence does not guarantee deep slow-wave sleep. You can increase inhibitory signaling in a blunt way and still disrupt the natural architecture of sleep. This is where the distinction between sedation and sleep matters again. Some substances that enhance GABA A receptor activity can make you unconscious or drowsy quickly, but they may reduce the quality of slow-wave sleep or alter REM timing. The brain is still off from your perspective, but the internal organization can be different. That's why some people wake up after using certain sedatives and feel unrefreshed, even though they were asleep for many hours. The brain can be quiet without being in the most restorative patterns. Natural sleep tends to involve a coordinated shift across multiple systems, not just an increase in inhibition. Circadian timing contributes, sleep pressure contributes, hormonal cues contribute, temperature regulation contributes. The brain's arousal systems decline naturally in a pattern. Inhibitory networks don't bulldoze wakefulness. They gradually gain control as wake-promoting signals drop and sleep-promoting signals rise. In that balanced scenario, GABA supports sleep rather than forcing it. Another helpful detail is that different parts of the brain sleep in different ways. During deep non-REM sleep, cortical activity shows those slow waves, but many brain regions remain active in specific patterns. The brainstem keeps breathing stable. The hypothalamus continues regulating body temperature. The hippocampus and cortex engage in coordinated activity that is thought to relate to memory consolidation, with patterns like sharp wave ripples and spindles interacting. Inhibition plays a role in organizing those patterns, helping the brain avoid uncontrolled excitation while allowing meaningful internal processing. This organization is also why sleep can sometimes feel mentally busy even when you're asleep. Dreams are most associated with REM sleep, but imagery and thought fragments can occur in non-REM as well. The difference is often how coherent it feels. Inhibition doesn't stop mental content from being generated. It changes what kind of content dominates and how tightly the mind grips it. In sleep, the grip loosens, sensory input is gated differently, and internal networks can generate experiences without the same reality checking and executive control you use during the day. If you've ever woken up from a dream and thought, "Why did that seem logical at the time?" you've seen how different the brain's control systems are in sleep states. Now think about that first part of the night again, the drift. What helps drift become sleep is not one big event, but a collection of small shifts that add up. Wake-promoting neuromodulators decline. The VLPO and other sleep-promoting regions increase inhibitory output. Thalamic gating shifts. Cortical networks begin to synchronize. Muscle tone starts to reduce. The subjective feeling is that you stop trying to hold your attention in place. The brain stops treating your thoughts as tasks. Inhibition is involved at many of those junctions, because every time a system needs to reduce activity or prevent a spike of arousal from spreading, inhibitory signaling is a practical mechanism to do it. That's also why sleep can be sensitive to stress. Stress keeps arousal systems active. It increases norepinephrine and cortisol signals in ways that make the brain prioritize vigilance. Vigilance is not compatible with deep, stable sleep. When the brain is still acting as if it might need to respond, it's harder for sleep-promoting inhibitory systems to fully suppress those wake networks. You get lighter sleep, more awakenings, more sensitivity to sound, and less slow-wave time. Again, this doesn't mean you're failing. It means the brain is doing what it evolved to do. Stay ready when it senses risk. There's a practical irony here. When you care deeply about sleep, Sleep becomes a performance. You monitor it. You measure it. You fear not getting it. That fear is interpreted by the brain as a reason to stay alert, so the effort to force sleep can keep arousal systems running. Meanwhile, GABAergic sleep-promoting circuits are trying to apply brakes. The tug-of-war intensifies. This is why many effective insomnia approaches focus not only on sleep hygiene, but on reducing the effortful monitoring that keeps the brain's go systems engaged. It's not that you stop caring, it's that you stop treating sleep as a task that requires constant supervision. The role of GABA is also evident in the way certain medications and substances alter sleep. Many sedative hypnotic drugs act by enhancing GABA-A receptor activity, which generally reduces neuronal excitability quickly. That can make falling asleep easier in the short term, but because the brain adapts and because sleep architecture is delicate, these substances can alter the balance of sleep stages. Some can reduce slow-wave sleep, some can reduce REM sleep, and some can lead to dependence or rebound insomnia when stopped. Alcohol is a common example. It can make you sleepy initially, partly through effects on GABA-A receptors, but it often fragments sleep later in the night as the body metabolizes it, and the brain rebounds toward arousal. People may fall asleep quickly and then wake up early, restless, with lighter sleep in the second half of the night. That pattern fits the idea that forcing inhibition early can lead to compensatory activation later. None of this is to make you anxious about substances or to imply a single correct way to sleep. It's to show that GABA's relationship to sleep is real but not simplistic. GABA participates in sleep onset and sleep stability by inhibiting arousal systems and by shaping network rhythms. But sleep quality depends on coordinated patterns across many systems. A healthy inhibitory tone is part of that coordination, not a shortcut around it. Now, if you're listening and you want a more tangible sense of how this might show up in your own life, consider the difference between a night where you feel safe and a night where you feel uncertain. Safe doesn't mean nothing is going on in your life. Safe means your nervous system is not actively scanning. On a safer feeling night, you may notice that your brain doesn't cling to thoughts as tightly. You can let a worry exist without solving it. You can hear a sound and not react. Your body can settle into the mattress. On an uncertain feeling night, you might notice the opposite. Thoughts feel sticky. Sounds feel sharp. Your body feels too aware of itself. In that state, sleep-promoting inhibition has a harder job. It's trying to lower volume in a system that is actively turning the volume up. That observation brings us to something that's easy to overlook. Sleep and anxiety are not separate topics that just happen to influence each other. They share circuitry. They share chemistry. The systems that maintain alertness and vigilance are the same systems that, when overactive, can produce anxiety. The inhibitory systems that help you sleep are also part of the systems that help you feel safe enough to stop scanning. If your brain is using GABA to help you drift into slow-wave sleep, it's using the same general braking approach to reduce the tendency to interpret neutral input as a threat. So as we keep going, the question naturally shifts from how does GABA help sleep happen to how does GABA shape the feeling of safety and alertness while you're awake? Because for many people, the reason sleep is difficult is not only that the brain can't generate sleep rhythms, it's that the brain is stuck in a vigilance mode that makes it hard to trust the dark and the quiet, and understanding how GABA fits into anxiety can make the whole picture of restless nights feel much more practical and less personal. Anxiety has a strange way of making the world feel closer than it really is. A thought about tomorrow can feel like it's happening right now. A memory from years ago can replay as if it's fresh. A harmless body sensation can take on the weight of a warning. And when people try to describe what anxiety feels like, they often reach for words that aren't strictly emotional. They say wired, on edge, keyed up, uneasy, restless, can't relax, can't stop thinking. Those are not just metaphors. They are descriptions of a nervous system that is leaning toward alertness, scanning, and readiness. It helps to start by being very clear about something that gets lost in casual conversation. Anxiety is not always irrational. Anxiety is a normal brain function. It exists because anticipating problems has survival value. If you're walking near a cliff edge, you want your brain to generate caution. If you're hearing footsteps behind you on an empty street at night, you want your attention to sharpen. If your stomach hurts in a way that feels unusual, you want your brain to consider whether you should do something about it. That kind of anxiety is a form of protection. It's your brain running a prediction model and deciding that extra readiness is worth the cost. The problem isn't that the brain can do this. The problem is when the ready mode becomes too easy to enter, too hard to leave, or too broad in what it treats as a potential threat. Then anxiety stops being a helpful signal and starts behaving like background noise that never fully fades. That's the version that keeps people up at night and makes small tasks feel heavy. From the perspective we've been building, anxiety is closely related to the balance between excitatory and inhibitory forces in the brain. Go signals and slow signals aren't only about movement or productivity. They shape whether the brain treats the environment as safe enough to let attention soften. GABA is one of the main slow tools, and that means it's directly relevant to anxiety, not as a simplistic cure, but as part of the chemistry that helps the brain decide whether it can release its grip. To understand how that works, it helps to think about what the brain is actually doing when you feel anxious. In simple terms, it's doing three things at once. First, it is increasing sensitivity to cues. Second, it is increasing the speed and intensity of interpretation, especially interpretations related to risk. Third, it is preparing the body for action. Those three processes reinforce each other. Increased sensitivity finds more cues. More cues produce more interpretations. More interpretations drive more bodily readiness. Bodily readiness then becomes another cue, because you can feel it, and the brain can interpret it as further evidence that something is wrong. GABA is relevant at each step because inhibition is one of the brain's main ways of preventing amplification. It helps keep sensitivity proportional. It helps keep interpretation from becoming an avalanche. It helps keep bodily readiness from escalating when it doesn't need to. One brain region that's often discussed in anxiety is the amygdala. The amygdala is not a fear center in the cartoonish sense, but it is a hub involved in detecting salience, especially potential threat, and linking that detection to learning and bodily responses. The amygdala receives sensory and contextual information and can trigger downstream systems that change heart rate, breathing, attention, and memory encoding. When the amygdala is strongly engaged, your brain tends to prioritize, pay attention to this, and prepare. In a healthy system, the amygdala is not running the show constantly. It lights up when needed and quiets when the situation is resolved. Part of what helps it quiet is inhibition inside the amygdala itself, and inhibition coming from other regions. There are GABAergic interneurons within the amygdala that regulate the activity of amygdala output neurons. Think of it as a built-in braking system. If the amygdala begins to ramp up, inhibitory neurons can limit how far and how long it ramps. This is not theoretical. It's part of the known microcircuitry, and when people talk about reduced inhibitory control in anxiety-related conditions, they often mean that circuits like this are less effective at damping activity. The prefrontal cortex is another major player, especially regions involved in executive control, decision-making and regulation of emotion. The prefrontal cortex can help reframe a situation and reduce threat responses when appropriate. It can remind you, that sound was just the house settling, or this meeting is uncomfortable, but it's not dangerous, or my heart is racing because I had caffeine. That cognitive reappraisal is not just a thought. It corresponds to prefrontal networks influencing other regions, including the amygdala. But prefrontal regulation depends on state. When the brain is highly stressed, prefrontal function can be reduced. Under strong arousal, the brain tends to shift toward faster, habit-driven and threat-biased processing. This is why anxiety can make it harder to think clearly. You may know rationally that something is fine, but the system doesn't feel fine. The circuits responsible for calm evaluation are being outcompeted by circuits prioritizing readiness. Inhibition matters here too. The prefrontal cortex itself is shaped by inhibitory interneurons that control timing and stability of activity. If prefrontal networks are noisy or unstable, it's harder for them to hold a calm interpretation. Meanwhile, if threat networks are more excitable, they generate stronger signals. The result is that the safety voice can feel quieter than the alarm voice, even when the safety voice is correct. There's also a region called the bed nucleus of the stria terminalis, often abbreviated BNST, that is frequently linked to sustained anxiety, as distinct from immediate fear. If the amygdala is sometimes associated with fast phasic threat responses, the BNST is often associated with longer-lasting diffuse apprehension, especially under uncertainty. People often describe anxiety as uncertainty intolerance, the discomfort of not knowing what will happen. Circuits like BNST-related networks are part of how uncertainty becomes a prolonged state rather than a brief spike. Again, inhibition shapes this. A system that can apply inhibitory control effectively can tolerate uncertainty longer without escalating. A system with weaker inhibitory damping can treat uncertainty as a reason to keep scanning continuously. That scanning is what makes anxiety feel exhausting. You're not only worried, you're on shift. Now let's bring the body into this, because anxiety is not just in the head. When threat-related circuits become active, they influence the autonomic nervous system. The sympathetic branch supports readiness, faster heart rate, higher blood pressure, mobilized glucose, increased muscle tone, and a general orientation toward action. The parasympathetic branch supports rest and digestion, slower heart rate, calmer breathing, and recovery. Most of the time, you're using both, shifting balance depending on what you're doing. Anxiety often involves a tilt towards sympathetic dominance, or at least towards sympathetic reactivity. GABA's most obvious effects are in the brain, but the brain's outputs to the autonomic nervous system are shaped by inhibitory and excitatory balance. If threat circuits are firing strongly and not being damped, they send stronger signals to hypothalamic and brainstem areas that control autonomic output. That's why anxious thoughts can feel like they instantly become bodily sensations. Your brain isn't only thinking about danger, it's preparing for it. This is where the chemistry of safety becomes a practical idea. Safety is not simply the absence of danger. Safety is a state the brain constructs when it decides that vigilance is not required. That decision is represented in patterns of neural firing, neuromodulators, and inhibitory tone. GABA contributes to the state of safety by reducing the tendency for networks to treat small cues as urgent. A useful way to see this is to consider startle responses. Startle is a rapid reaction to sudden stimuli. It's normal. But when someone is anxious, startle can be exaggerated. A door closing can feel like a jolt. A notification sound can feel like a punch of adrenaline. That exaggerated startle can reflect a system where inhibitory gating is reduced and arousal systems are elevated. The brain is already prepared to jump, so it jumps higher. The same idea applies to worry. Worry is not only thinking. Worry is often a behavior the brain uses to try to reduce uncertainty. It's a form of mental control. The brain runs scenarios as if rehearsing could prevent surprise, but rehearsing keeps the threat networks active. It's like pacing in a room while telling yourself you're trying to calm down. The action doesn't match the goal. Inhibitory tone helps limit how much those worry loops can recruit attention and body readiness. This is where people often ask, so does low GABA cause anxiety? It's tempting to want a single cause. Biology rarely gives us that. What's more accurate is that differences in inhibitory signaling, how strong it is, how well timed it is, and where it is applied, can influence vulnerability to anxiety states, especially under stress. In some anxiety disorders, researchers have found evidence consistent with altered GABAergic function in certain regions. But anxiety is multifactorial. It involves genetics, life experiences, learned patterns, stress exposure, sleep, inflammation, and other neurotransmitter systems. GABA is a major dial, but it's not the whole control panel. It's also important to remember that inhibition can be altered indirectly. You might have perfectly normal GABA production, but if stress systems are constantly pushing arousal upward, inhibitory neurons may be outcompeted, or the receptors might adapt, or the timing of inhibitory firing might be less coordinated, or sleep loss might reduce the efficiency of regulation. In other words, GABA and anxiety is often about network context, not just chemical quantity. Still, GABA's involvement is obvious enough that many of the most effective fast-acting anti-anxiety medications work by enhancing GABA A receptor activity. Benzodiazepines are the classic example. They amplify GABA's inhibitory effect at certain receptor sites, often producing quick relief. That relief can feel like the nervous system finally unclenches. The mind may stop racing, the body may stop bracing. For someone in acute panic, that can be life-saving. But that same mechanism also reveals something important. Quick relief is not the same as long-term recalibration. Because the brain adapts, repeated enhancement can lead to tolerance, dependence, and rebound anxiety when the medication is reduced or stopped. That isn't a moral warning, it's a description of homeostasis. If the brain is repeatedly pushed toward more inhibition through an external modulator, it may adjust by reducing receptor sensitivity or changing other parts of the system. Then, without the modulator, the system can temporarily swing toward excitation. People often experience that swing as worse than before, and it can be for a time. It's the nervous system trying to regain its previous set point. This is one reason longer-term anxiety treatment often focuses on approaches that shift the system more gradually. SSRIs, for example, primarily target serotonin signaling, but over time they can influence broader network balance, including inhibitory circuits, plasticity, and stress responses. Therapy can change learned interpretations and reduce threat biases, which reduces the drive to arousal systems. Sleep improvement can restore regulatory capacity. Exercise can influence stress hormones and neuromodulators. Breathing and relaxation practices can change autonomic balance, which feeds back into the brain's threat evaluation. None of these are GABA supplements, but they can all influence the conditions under which inhibitory systems can do their job. This is also where the idea of safety learning becomes especially relevant. Your brain learns what is safe through experience. It learns what to ignore, what to tolerate, and what doesn't require response. That learning is not only stored as a belief, it's stored as patterns of neural connectivity. In fear conditioning experiments, animals can learn that a tone predicts a shock. Later, through extinction learning, they can learn that the tone no longer predicts the shock. Extinction is not erasing the original memory, it's learning a new one that competes with it. Inhibitory circuits, including GABAergic networks, play an important role in allowing that new learning to suppress the expression of fear when appropriate. In humans, something similar happens when you learn that an internal sensation like a fast heartbeat is not dangerous, or when you learn that a social situation is uncomfortable but survivable, or when you learn that nighttime quiet is not a threat. If you've ever noticed that anxiety can feel trained, this is part of why. The brain is good at learning threat associations. It's also capable of learning safety, but safety learning often requires repeated exposure without catastrophe, and it requires enough inhibitory control to keep the system from escalating so strongly that learning becomes impossible. A brain that goes straight to panic has less room for learning nuanced safety. There's also an everyday version of this in the way you interpret your own thoughts. Many people with anxiety become anxious about being anxious. A worry appears, and the brain interprets the worry as evidence that something is wrong, which increases arousal, which makes more worries appear. That's another loop. One of the quiet gifts of inhibition is that it allows a thought to remain just a thought. It reduces the urge to treat every mental event as a command or a forecast. Inhibition doesn't stop thoughts from appearing. It helps prevent thoughts from automatically becoming action signals. You can sometimes feel this difference when you're in a calmer baseline. A strange thought pops in, something awkward you said years ago, and you shrug it off. Same thought, different outcome. In that moment, the network state is not amplifying the thought into a full emotional response. The inhibitory tone is higher, the salience assignment is lower, and the brain doesn't recruit the full threat response. Neurosteroids are another piece worth mentioning here because they connect stress and inhibition in a direct biochemical way. Neurosteroids are steroid molecules produced in the brain that can modulate GABA A receptor activity. Some neurosteroids enhance GABA function, contributing to calming and sedative effects. Their levels can change with stress, hormonal cycles, pregnancy, and other physiological states. This is one reason some people notice shifts in anxiety and sleep quality tied to hormonal changes. It's not that hormones cause anxiety in a simplistic way. It's that the internal chemical environment can change the sensitivity of inhibitory receptors, which changes how reactive the brain feels. That also connects to why alcohol can feel calming at first. Alcohol can enhance GABA receptor activity and reduce anxiety temporarily. But as it wears off, the brain can rebound toward arousal, especially because alcohol also disrupts other systems and fragments sleep. The calm is often followed by a sharper edge later, sometimes the next morning, sometimes in the middle of the night. Again, not a moral story, just a predictable nervous system story. If you're listening and you recognize yourself in any of this, there's a small practical takeaway that doesn't require you to diagnose yourself or become an amateur neuroscientist. Anxiety is often a state of excessive signal amplification. GABA is one of the brain's main tools for preventing that amplification. When your system is anxious, it doesn't mean you're failing to think positively. It often means your brain's importance filter is set too sensitive. Your job in the short term is not to argue every anxious thought into submission. Your job is to reduce the conditions that keep amplification high, reduce stimulation, reduce monitoring, reduce the sense that everything must be solved tonight. That creates room for the inhibitory side to regain influence. A simple question you can ask yourself is my system trying to protect me right now? Not in a sentimental way, but in a biological way. If the answer is yes, then fighting the system tends to make it louder. A better approach is often to give the system evidence of safety: dim light, predictable routine, slower breathing, less input, less decision-making. Those aren't cures, they're signals. And here is where sleep and anxiety continue to overlap. When your brain is anxious, it becomes harder to fall asleep because sleep requires letting go of vigilance. When you don't sleep well, your brain becomes more reactive the next day because regulatory systems are tired. That creates a feedback loop. In that loop, the go side stays stronger and inhibitory systems struggle to regain dominance. Over time, if the loop continues, the brain can learn that nighttime is a place for scanning and problem solving, which makes the loop even more self-sustaining. So the chemistry of safety and alertness is not a single chemical, but it's deeply influenced by inhibitory tone. GABA contributes to the brain's ability to feel safe enough to stop scanning, safe enough to let thoughts pass without grabbing them, and safe enough to let sleep patterns take over. When that system is strained, anxiety can feel like a constant readiness that doesn't switch off even in a quiet room. And that naturally leads into the next piece of the puzzle, because it's one thing to understand anxiety as a state of amplification, and it's another to understand why. Under stress, the brain can get pulled into repeating loops that reinforce that state. The next step is to look at what happens when stress keeps feeding the system day after day, how that changes the brain's baseline settings, and why the same circuits that once helped you respond to real problems can start behaving like they're stuck in a groove, keeping the brake system busy while the mind still refuses to settle. There's a particular kind of tired that doesn't feel like sleepiness. It feels like your body's exhausted, but your mind is still alert, like it's waiting for something to happen. You can be done with the day and still feel as if you're on call. And if you've ever tried to rest in that state, you've probably noticed how strange it is. You might yawn, your eyes might feel heavy, but the moment you close them, the mind starts producing a stream of thoughts, images, checks, plans, and little alarms. Sometimes the alarms are obvious, worries about money, health, work, relationships. Sometimes they're vague, just a sense that you should be doing something, or that you forgot something, or that you're not allowed to fully stop. That experience is one of the clearest signs of a brain caught in stress loops. Not stress as a single dramatic event, but stress as a repeated pattern. The nervous system gets nudged into readiness, and then it has trouble returning to baseline. Over time, the readiness becomes a habit, and the habit becomes a default setting. That's when the brake can start to feel weak, not because your brain lost its ability to calm down, but because the accelerator keeps getting tapped, sometimes by things you don't even recognize as stress anymore. It helps to treat stress as a biological process rather than a personal story. Stress isn't only feeling stressed. Stress is the body's coordinated response to perceived demand. Demand can be real danger, but it can also be deadlines, conflict, uncertainty, constant noise, irregular sleep, overstimulation, or the simple feeling that you're behind. The brain takes in information, decides whether the situation requires extra readiness, and then adjusts body and attention to meet that demand. It's a brilliant system when it's used occasionally and allowed to reset. It becomes a problem when it becomes frequent and the reset never fully arrives. One of the main systems involved is the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, often shortened to the HPA axis. You don't need to remember the name, but the idea is straightforward. When the brain interprets something as demanding or threatening, the hypothalamus sends a signal that leads, through a chain of steps, to the release of cortisol from the adrenal glands. Cortisol is sometimes described as a stress hormone, but that label can be misleading. Cortisol is also part of normal daily biology. It rises in the morning as part of waking. It helps mobilize energy. It influences immune function and metabolism. It's not a villain. The issue is timing and level. Elevated cortisol at the wrong time, especially when it becomes chronic, can keep the system leaning toward alertness. Cortisol doesn't act only on the body, it acts on the brain too. It changes how neurons communicate, how memories are formed, and how attention is allocated. In the short term, cortisol can sharpen certain functions. It can help you focus on what's urgent. It can bias your attention toward potential threats. That's useful if the threat is real and immediate, but if the threat is ongoing uncertainty or a constant stream of small stressors, the same biology can make the brain feel restless because it keeps the brain in a state where it expects something else to deal with. Alongside the HPA axis is the sympathetic nervous system, the branch associated with readiness. It increases heart rate, shifts blood flow, increases muscle tone, and prepares you to act. Again, this is not a mistake, it's protective. But it's also incompatible with deep rest. You can sit still while your sympathetic system remains active, and from the outside you might look calm, but inside you may feel jittery or wired. That's one reason a restless brain often comes with a restless body, even if the restlessness is subtle. Jaw tension, shoulders raised without realizing it, shallow breathing, a stomach that feels tight, hands that want to fidget. When these systems activate repeatedly, the brain starts adapting. This is one of the most important points because it explains why stress doesn't feel the same on day 1 and day 90. The nervous system is plastic. It changes based on what it experiences. If it repeatedly has to mobilize, it becomes more efficient at mobilizing. If it repeatedly has to scan, it becomes better at scanning. If it repeatedly has to worry, it becomes quicker to generate worry. This isn't because you like worrying. It's because the brain strengthens the pathways it uses often. A stress loop is essentially a pattern where activation creates conditions that generate more activation. The loop can start anywhere. It can start with a real event, like a difficult conversation. It can start with a physiological trigger, like caffeine late in the day. It can start with poor sleep, which makes the brain more reactive the next day. It can start with body sensations like palpitations or dizziness, which the brain interprets as danger, which increases arousal, which intensifies the sensations. The loop doesn't care where it begins, it cares that it can sustain itself. One common loop involves attention and interpretation. When your nervous system is on alert, your attention becomes tuned to notice things that might matter. This can be so subtle you don't notice it as scanning. It can look like checking your phone more often, rereading a message, replaying a conversation, looking at the clock, noticing every small sound in the house, noticing a sensation in your chest and then checking it again. Each check is a form of attention, and attention is not neutral. Attention is a signal to the brain that something is important, so the very act of checking teaches the brain to keep that channel open. If you've ever felt trapped in a cycle of "I need to make sure," you've felt this. The brain thinks it is solving the problem by checking, but checking keeps the system in problem mode. Problem mode is not sleep mode, it's not even rest mode. It's an active state with a purpose. Reduce uncertainty by gathering information. The problem is that many modern stressors are not resolved by checking at night, and when the brain can't resolve the uncertainty, it keeps checking. Rumination is another loop, and it often feels like it lives only in thoughts, but it has a body component. Rumination is repetitive thinking that doesn't lead to action. It's the mind circling. It's "if only I had," "what if," "why did I," "what happens if," "I should have," "I need to." The content can change, but the pattern is similar. The thought comes back because the brain doesn't feel finished. The brain treats unfinished tasks as open loops. That's part of why to-do lists can relieve anxiety. They externalize the loop. But rumination often isn't about tasks you can list. It's about emotional uncertainty, social complexity, or fear of outcomes you can't control. The brain tries to control by thinking harder, and the thinking hard keeps arousal up. There's a reason rumination often intensifies at night. During the day, external demands shape attention. There's structure, there are interruptions. At night, structure fades. If your nervous system has been running in readiness mode all day, the quiet can feel like the first chance the brain has had to process everything it postponed. So it begins processing. The trouble is that the processing is not always gentle. Under stress, processing tends to become threat-focused and repetitive, because the brain is still trying to protect you. This is where the feeling that the brake is weak becomes very personal. You might say, "Why can't I just stop thinking?" But stopping thinking is not the right goal. The brain doesn't stop producing thoughts any more than the heart stops beating. The more realistic goal is reducing the grip of thoughts, reducing their ability to recruit arousal. That grip is heavily shaped by inhibition. When inhibitory tone is strong in the right networks, a thought can pass through without turning into a full state. When inhibitory tone is strained, thoughts latch on like burrs to fabric. Stress can strain inhibitory tone in a few ways. One is direct. Stress-related neuromodulators can alter how inhibitory neurons fire and how inhibitory receptors respond. Another is indirect. Stress increases excitatory drive, including glutamatergic activity in certain circuits, and when excitatory drive rises, inhibitory systems may have to work harder to contain it. Over time, if the system is repeatedly pushed, there can be changes in receptor expression and sensitivity. The brain does this to maintain stability, but the stability it chooses can sometimes come with trade-offs, like increased baseline vigilance. There's also the role of sleep itself. Sleep is not merely rest, it's maintenance. When sleep is short or fragmented, regulatory systems become less efficient. The prefrontal cortex, which helps with flexible thinking and emotional regulation, tends to function less effectively under sleep deprivation. At the same time, threat-related regions can become more reactive. This shifts the balance toward alarm signals and away from calm appraisal. The next day, you may feel more sensitive, more irritable, more easily startled, and more likely to interpret ambiguous things negatively. That increased reactivity then feeds back into nighttime, because the nervous system is starting the evening from a more activated baseline. That is a very common loop. Poor sleep increases stress reactivity. Increased stress reactivity worsens sleep. If you want an honest description of why the break feels weak in that loop, it's because the system is spending its regulatory budget during the day. Inhibition is not something you can summon endlessly without cost. It's a network function that depends on energy, timing, and internal chemical balance. When the day demands constant control, constant switching, constant stimulation, constant decision-making, the brain ends up tired in a specific way. It can feel like you've used up your ability to settle. Then at night, when settling is needed, the system doesn't have the same smooth control. Your environment also matters more than people like to admit. The brain learns context. If your bed has become a place where you scroll, work, argue, or worry, your brain starts treating it as a cue for alertness rather than a cue for sleep. This is classical conditioning, not a character flaw. The brain is an association engine. It links place and state. If you repeatedly bring high arousal activity into bed, your nervous system begins to arrive there already activated. Then, when you try to sleep, you're trying to do the opposite of what the context predicts. It's like trying to meditate in the middle of a busy intersection. You can do it, but you're working against cues. The modern world also has a special talent for keeping stress loops alive. Constant input. News, notifications, social feeds, late-night messages, endless entertainment. None of this is evil. The brain just isn't designed to treat a continuous stream of novel stimuli as neutral. Novel stimuli are inherently arousing. The brain treats novelty as potential importance. So if your evening includes constant novelty, the nervous system stays in a more alert state. Then the quiet of bedtime feels like a sudden drop, and the brain sometimes responds to sudden drops by generating internal content. It fills the space. There's an additional twist that many people notice but don't know how to explain. The body can get restless in ways that create mental restlessness. If your breathing is shallow, your brain can interpret it as readiness. If your body is tense, your brain can interpret it as unfinished action. If you've had a lot of caffeine, your heart rate might be higher, and your brain can interpret it as danger. The brain constantly uses bodily state as information. This is not because your brain is dramatic, it's because the body and brain evolved to coordinate. You can't separate them cleanly. So when someone says, "I'm anxious and I can't sleep," it's often not two problems. It's one state expressed in two arenas, mind and body. The state is hyperarousal. Hyperarousal doesn't have to be panic. It can be subtle, like a slightly elevated internal readiness that never fully drops. And this is where the brake metaphor becomes useful again. The brake is not necessarily broken. The brake might be working, but the foot might still be on the gas, or the road might be downhill, or the brakes might be overheating because they've been used constantly without a brake. If the brake has been used constantly, the system may start compensating. This is one way to understand why some people feel that calming strategies stop working over time. The brain adapts to repeated inputs. If you repeatedly rely on a strong external calming method, especially one that directly affects inhibitory receptors, the brain may adjust receptor sensitivity. But even without external methods, the brain adapts to chronic stress by shifting baseline settings. It might keep arousal systems slightly elevated. It might change how quickly the HPA axis activates. It might change how threat circuits respond. It might change how strongly prefrontal regulation holds. These changes are not destiny. They are learned, plastic states that can change again, but they often change slowly, because the brain doesn't want to misjudge safety. It errs on the side of vigilance. There's also a social and cognitive layer that keeps stress loops alive, the meaning you assign to your own state. If you notice restlessness and interpret it as something is wrong with me or I'll never sleep, that interpretation itself becomes a stressor. The brain treats that as threat. The threat of not coping, the threat of tomorrow being ruined, the threat of losing control. That threat increases arousal. Arousal worsens sleep. Sleep loss increases the chance of making catastrophic interpretations. The loop tightens. If you've ever felt anxious about being anxious, you've seen how the mind can become its own trigger. This is why a calm, neutral stance toward your own symptoms can be genuinely powerful. Not because positivity is magic, but because neutrality reduces extra activation. If you can say, "My system is activated tonight," rather than "I'm failing," you remove one layer of threat. The restlessness might still be there, but it's not doubled by self-judgment. That matters. The brain is listening to your interpretation, and it adjusts accordingly. One practical way to think about stress loops is that they are reinforced by reward, even if the reward isn't pleasant. Checking your phone reduces uncertainty for a moment. That momentary reduction feels like relief. Relief is reinforcing. Rumination gives the illusion of control. That illusion is reinforcing. Avoiding a feared situation reduces discomfort immediately. That reduction is reinforcing. Over time, the brain learns that these behaviors reduce discomfort in the short term, so it keeps doing them, even though in the long term they maintain anxiety. This is the trap of short-term relief. The brain values immediate relief highly, because immediate relief often meant survival historically. The cost is that the behavior becomes a habit loop. The restless brain is often a brain-chasing relief. It doesn't feel restful, because the chase itself is activating. It's like being thirsty and drinking salt water. The act feels like it should help, and it even helps briefly, but it creates conditions that keep thirst going. If you're listening now, you might notice how this changes the way you view your own nights. A restless night isn't necessarily a sign of permanent dysfunction. It can be a sign that your system is in a learned loop. Learned loops can be unlearned, but they rarely disappear through force. They change through repeated evidence. Evidence that bedtime is safe. Evidence that you can tolerate thoughts without solving them. Evidence that the body can settle without being monitored. Evidence that you can wake up and still function, so the threat of a bad night becomes less sharp. As that evidence accumulates, the brain can begin to loosen its grip. That said, there are moments when the loop is intense enough that people understandably want something stronger than patience. When the brain feels too activated, many people turn to substances or medications that act directly on inhibitory systems, especially those that enhance GABA signaling, because they can produce noticeable relief quickly. The reason they feel effective is the same reason we've been discussing. They change the balance between go and slow at the level of receptors and circuits. They can turn down the volume on a system that is struggling to do it on its own. So with the picture of stress loops in mind, the way repeated activation can make vigilance feel like default, the way short-term relief behaviors can reinforce restlessness, and the way inhibitory control can be strained rather than absent, it becomes much easier to understand why certain medications have the reputation they do. They are not mystical. They interact with very specific receptor systems, often the fast GABA-A receptors we mentioned earlier, amplifying the brain's own braking signals. In the next stretch of this story, we'll stay grounded and look at what those medications actually do, why they can be helpful, why they can also be risky when used in the wrong way or for too long, and how the brain's tendency to adapt can turn a quick calm into a rebound if the system is pushed without a plan. When a brain has been caught in stress loops for long enough, it can start to feel as if it has forgotten how to settle. Not because the calming machinery disappeared, but because the system keeps being pulled back toward vigilance. That's when a lot of people find themselves looking for something that can change the balance quickly, something that can quiet the internal noise without requiring another hour of effort, another round of self-talk, another attempt to do sleep correctly. This is one reason medications that amplify the brain's own inhibitory signaling have been used for decades. They can produce noticeable relief in minutes, not days, because they act right on the circuitry that controls excitability. The most well-known of these are benzodiazepines, often called benzos. They're prescribed in several contexts, including anxiety states, panic, acute agitation, insomnia, seizures, muscle spasms, and some forms of procedural sedation or pre-medication. They're not the only medications that influence calm, and they're not appropriate for every situation, but they are one of the clearest examples of what it looks like to amplify GABA in a very literal receptor-level way. To understand why they can feel so effective, it helps to start with what they do at the synapse. Benzodiazepines do not usually replace GABA. They don't generally act like an artificial GABA molecule that switches receptors on by itself. Instead, most of them act as positive allosteric modulators at the GABA-A receptor. That phrase sounds heavy, but the idea is simple. They attach to a specific site on the receptor and make the receptor respond more strongly when GABA is present. The GABA-A receptor is a chloride channel. When GABA activates it, chloride flows in a way that typically makes the neuron less likely to fire. Benzodiazepines increase the receptor's responsiveness so that the same GABA signal produces a stronger inhibitory effect. One common way this is described is that benzodiazepines increase the frequency of channel opening in response to GABA, while barbiturates tend to increase the duration the channel stays open. The practical outcome is that inhibition becomes easier to recruit, and excitatory signals have a harder time pushing circuits into runaway activity. This is why, for someone in acute panic or intense anxiety, a benzodiazepine can feel like the nervous system finally stops bracing. The mind may still have thoughts, but they don't bite as hard. The body may still feel sensations, but they stop being treated as urgent. The whole system shifts from everything is loud to the volume is lower. That shift can be profoundly relieving, especially when the baseline state has been stuck in high alert. But the same mechanism that creates relief also explains the trade-offs. The brain's inhibitory system is not only there to reduce suffering, it's there to regulate timing, attention, learning, and coordination. If you broadly amplify inhibition, you can also blunt functions you still need. This is why benzodiazepines can cause sedation, slowed reaction time, impaired attention, and memory problems, especially with higher doses or when combined with other sedating substances. The brain becomes less excitable overall, which can be exactly what you want during a crisis, but not what you want when you need clear thinking, safe driving, or stable balance. It also helps to know that not all benzodiazepines feel the same, even though they share a mechanism. Differences in onset, duration, and metabolism shape the subjective experience. Some enter the brain quickly and produce a faster, more noticeable effect. Others come on more gradually. Some have short half-lives and wear off sooner. Others last longer, or have active metabolites that extend their effects. That means one person might feel a sudden wave of calm that fades by evening, while another might feel a more sustained dampening. It also means that rebound effects can differ. When a shorter-acting drug wears off, the return of symptoms can feel abrupt, and the nervous system can overshoot back toward alertness for a while. With longer-acting drugs, the shift can be smoother, but next-day grogginess can be more likely. None of this is about strong or weak personalities. It's pharmacology interacting with the nervous system that tries to maintain balance. One of the reasons benzodiazepines are so central in discussions of anxiety and sleep is that the GABA-A receptor itself is not a single uniform object. It's a receptor family with different subunits, and the combination of subunits influences how the receptor behaves and how it responds to different drugs. Some receptor subtypes are more associated with sedation and amnesia, while others are more associated with anxiolytic effects. This is part of why two drugs can both be benzodiazepines and still feel different. It's also part of why related drugs exist that aim to lean into one effect more than another. When doctors prescribe benzodiazepines for anxiety, it's often with a specific goal: short-term stabilization, symptom relief during a crisis, or as a bridge while longer-term treatments take effect. For example, some people start an antidepressant for an anxiety disorder and find that the first weeks are uncomfortable or slow to improve. A benzodiazepine may be used temporarily to reduce acute distress during that adjustment period. In other cases, benzodiazepines are used in seizure management, including acute seizure interruption, where fast, reliable inhibition can be life-saving. In still other cases, they are used for alcohol withdrawal, because withdrawal can involve dangerous hyperexcitability and seizures, and enhancing inhibitory tone can prevent complications. Even when the prescription is appropriate, though, there's a reason modern guidance emphasizes careful use. The brain adapts to repeated enhancement of inhibition. If you regularly amplify GABA A receptor activity, the system may compensate by changing receptor sensitivity, altering subunit composition, or shifting other parts of the excitatory-inhibitory balance. Over time, the same dose can produce less effect. That is tolerance. Alongside tolerance, the nervous system can develop physical dependence, meaning that the brain begins to function as if the medication's influence is part of the expected baseline. When that influence is removed suddenly, the system can rebound toward excitation, increased anxiety, insomnia, tremor, agitation, and in more severe cases, seizures. The rebound isn't your mind panicking. It's a nervous system that has adjusted its settings and now has to recalibrate. Because these risks are real, regulators have emphasized them directly. In 2020, the US FDA required updates to boxed warnings for all benzodiazepines to highlight risks of abuse, misuse, addiction, physical dependence, and withdrawal reactions. That warning isn't meant to imply that everyone who takes a benzodiazepine will develop a problem. It's meant to reflect that the potential exists and needs to be taken seriously, especially with long-term use, higher doses, or certain risk factors. There's another risk that matters even more when we talk about safety: combining central nervous system depressants. Benzodiazepines can slow brain activity, and opioids can also depress breathing. When combined, the risk of dangerous respiratory depression and overdose rises. Public health agencies and clinical references have emphasized this overlap because it has been a significant contributor to overdose deaths. This is one of those points that is not meant to scare you, but to keep the picture honest. Calm, created by global central nervous system slowing, is not the same as healthy calm, and when multiple depressants stack, the body's basic life support rhythms can be affected. So if benzodiazepines can be both helpful and risky, what do related drugs mean in practice? Often it means medications that work on the same receptor system in a more targeted way, or medications that enhance inhibition through different pathways, trying to keep some benefits while reducing certain risks. A major related group is the non-benzodiazepine hypnotics, often nicknamed Z-drugs, such as zolpidem, Zaleplon, zopiclone, and ezopiclone. They are not benzodiazepines structurally, but they act at the same general GABA A receptor complex, binding at or near the benzodiazepine site and enhancing GABA-mediated inhibition. Clinically, they're used mainly for insomnia, especially difficulty falling asleep. Their development was partly motivated by the desire for sleep medications that were more specific to hypnotic effects and less likely to cause some of the daytime sedation and dependence patterns associated with older sedatives. In many people, Z-drugs can feel more sleep-focused than anxiety-focused, which matches their receptor selectivity patterns. But more selective doesn't mean risk-free, because they still enhance GABA A activity. They can still cause next-day impairment, especially if sleep time is short or if combined with alcohol or other sedatives, and there is a very specific safety issue that has been prominent enough to earn boxed warnings: complex sleep behaviours. These can include activities performed while not fully awake, such as sleepwalking or even sleep driving, sometimes with no memory afterward. In 2019, the FDA added a boxed warning for isoprolol, zaleplon, and zolpidem about the risk of serious injuries and death from these complex sleep behaviours, and it also added a contraindication for people who have experienced such behaviours with these medications. That warning matters not because these events are common, but because they are severe when they occur. It's also a useful reminder of something we've been saying quietly throughout. Sedation is not the same as healthy sleep. These drugs can reduce the brain's capacity to awaken fully while still allowing complex motor patterns to occur, which is an unusual and dangerous combination. So even a medication designed for sleep has to be treated as a powerful tool, not a gentle vitamin. Another group, older and less commonly used now for routine anxiety or insomnia, is barbiturates. Barbiturates also act on GABA-A receptors, but tend to have a narrower safety margin, in part because at higher doses they can produce more profound central nervous system depression. In many modern settings, their use has been reduced or reserved for specific medical contexts, including certain seizure emergencies or anesthesia-related applications, depending on the drug. The reason they come up in this conversation is to highlight that amplifying GABA exists on a spectrum, from modulators that depend on the brain's own GABA presence to drugs that can push inhibition much harder. There are also medications that are sometimes grouped loosely with calming drugs because they reduce anxiety or promote sleepiness, even if they don't work primarily by enhancing GABA-A receptors. Some muscle relaxants act centrally. Some antihistamines cause sedation by blocking histamine signaling, which supports wakefulness. Some anticonvulsants reduce excitability through calcium channels or other mechanisms. These can be helpful in specific contexts, but they reinforce a critical idea. The feeling of calm can come from many biological roots. GABA, a modulation, is one route, and it is powerful, but it's not the only one. It's worth lingering on why benzodiazepines can feel like they solve a problem that nothing else touches. The reason is that they can bypass the slow, learning-based pathways the brain normally uses to change state. A person can practice relaxation techniques for months and still have an evening when the nervous system is loud. A benzodiazepine can change that loudness quickly by changing receptor responsiveness directly. That speed is the appeal. Yet the speed also means the brain doesn't get the same chance to learn safety through experience. If every surge of anxiety is always ended immediately by a pharmacological clamp, the nervous system can become less practiced at downshifting on its own, and the person can become more afraid of anxiety itself. That doesn't happen to everyone, and it isn't inevitable, but it's one reason clinicians often emphasize short-term, carefully monitored use when benzodiazepines are used for anxiety. Another subtle effect is how these drugs can influence memory. GABA. A modulation, especially in certain receptor patterns, can impair the formation of new memories. In a medical context, that can be useful, such as during procedures where you don't want the person forming vivid memories of distress. In daily life, it can be inconvenient or risky because it can lead to gaps, reduced learning, and a sense that time passed without clear recall. If you think about how anxiety is partly about anticipating and learning from outcomes, you can see the complexity. A medication might reduce anxiety quickly, but also reduce the brain's ability to encode the experience of "I coped and nothing terrible happened," which is one of the natural ways anxiety softens over time. Then there is the issue of sleep architecture. Because many hypnotics and sedatives act through GABA-A receptors, they can change not only sleep onset but the internal organization of sleep. Researchers have discussed how augmenting GABA-A receptor function can alter coordinated neuronal activity during sleep and influence sleep-dependent processes like memory consolidation. That doesn't mean the medication never helps. It means that the goal matters. If the main goal is immediate relief from sleepless distress, a medication that helps you fall asleep can be meaningful. If the goal is consistently restorative sleep over months, the picture becomes more nuanced. Natural sleep is a carefully timed pattern. Adding a strong external modulator can change that pattern, even if it increases total sleep time. All of this leads to a calm but important conclusion. Medications that amplify GABA are tools for specific situations, not simple answers to the everyday problem of being human. They can be appropriate, sometimes essential, and genuinely helpful when used under medical guidance with a clear plan. They can also be risky when used long-term without reassessment, when mixed with other depressants, or when stopped abruptly without a tapering plan designed by a clinician. The nervous system's ability to adapt is both the reason these medications can lose effect over time and the reason withdrawal can be intense. That adaptive ability is not a flaw. It's the brain doing what it always does, trying to keep balance. If you're listening to this for education, and not because you're taking these medications, the main point to keep is not fear. The point is clarity. When a drug amplifies calm, it is typically amplifying inhibitory signaling through specific receptors, often GABA-A. That can lower the volume quickly. It can also affect alertness, coordination, memory, and breathing when combined with other sedatives. Those are predictable outcomes of pushing a global inhibition dial, and this sets up the next part of the story almost perfectly, because there is one widely used substance that many people reach for precisely because it feels like it does the same thing. Something that can quiet the mind, soften anxiety, and help sleep arrive faster. It's not prescribed in a bottle by a pharmacy in most cases, but it acts on some of the same receptor systems. It can feel like borrowed calm, and it comes with a very specific pattern. Initial sedation followed by disrupted sleep and rebound restlessness later. That substance is alcohol, and understanding why it can feel soothing at first while making sleep worse later becomes much easier once you've seen what it means to amplify GABA in the first place. So when we talk about medications that amplify the brain's braking signals, it's natural that the next thing many people think of is not a prescription at all. It's the drink that's been used as a nightcap for generations, the one that can make the shoulders drop and the mind feel less sharp around the edges, at least at first. Alcohol is one of the most common ways people try to manufacture calm on demand, and it works well enough in the short window after a drink that it keeps convincing people it's helping, even when the later part of the night tells a different story. To understand why alcohol feels calming in the moment and then so often disrupts sleep later, it helps to treat alcohol the same way we treated everything else in this series, as a substance with specific actions on receptors and circuits, plus a nervous system that adapts to repeated exposure. Alcohol, or ethanol, affects many targets in the brain, but two of the most important for the calm feeling are the inhibitory GABA system and the excitatory glutamate system. In broad terms, acute alcohol tends to enhance inhibitory signaling and reduce certain excitatory signaling, which tilts the balance toward less neural firing and less immediate arousal. Over repeated exposure, the brain compensates by turning its own settings in the opposite direction, and that compensation is what sets the stage for tolerance and rebound. Start with the first part, why the calm feels real. Alcohol can enhance the effects of GABA at GABA. A receptors, the fast inhibitory receptors we talked about earlier. This is one reason alcohol can reduce anxiety in the short term and produce sedation. The brain's internal volume lowers because inhibitory gates become easier to engage. At the same time, alcohol tends to antagonize or dampen glutamate signaling at NMDA receptors, which are important excitatory receptors involved in alertness, learning, and synaptic plasticity. So you get a double push, more braking and less acceleration. That combination can feel like relief. The mind may stop grabbing at every thought. Social anxiety may soften. The body may feel less tense. If your nervous system has been running hot all day, the immediate effect can feel like someone finally turned down the brightness. It's understandable that people reach for it. The brain experiences a change in state, and it happens quickly. But alcohol is a temporary modifier, and the brain is an adaptive organ. It does not like being pushed hard in one direction for long. If a substance repeatedly increases inhibitory signaling and decreases excitatory signaling, the brain begins compensating to maintain function. With ongoing alcohol exposure, research describes compensatory changes that include downregulation of aspects of GABA, receptor function, and upregulation of NMDA, receptor-related excitatory function. In plain language, the brain tries to reclaim its ability to be awake and responsive even in the presence of alcohol. That is tolerance. Tolerance has a very everyday feel. The first time someone drinks to unwind, 1 or 2 drinks might feel like a soft landing. Months later, it takes more to get the same effect. That isn't because the person needs drama. It's because the brain adjusts receptor systems and network responsiveness. Studies and reviews describe the shift as part of the neuroadaptations involved in alcohol use disorder and withdrawal states, where repeated exposure changes the balance so that, when alcohol is absent, the brain can temporarily sit in a hyperexcitable condition, less effective inhibition and stronger excitation. Now bring this back to sleep, because sleep is where the short-term calm and the long-term cost become obvious in one night. Alcohol can shorten the time it takes to fall asleep for some people, especially at higher doses. That's the part people notice and often interpret as "it helps me sleep." But what happens after sleep begins is often the opposite of what people want. Reviews and studies consistently describe a pattern where alcohol disrupts sleep continuity later in the night, increasing wakefulness after sleep onset, decreasing overall sleep efficiency, and changing the structure of sleep stages, especially REM sleep. Here's why this pattern makes sense with the biology we've already built. In the early part of the night, while alcohol levels are rising or still relatively high, the sedating effect is dominant. Inhibitory signaling is enhanced, arousal systems are dampened, and sleep can come more easily. But the body metabolizes alcohol steadily. As alcohol levels drop, the sedating push fades. At the same time, the compensatory counter-settings the brain has applied, especially in regular drinkers, don't turn off instantly. So the later part of the night can become a period of relative rebound arousal. The go systems reassert themselves, sometimes more strongly than normal for a while. People experience this as waking up after a few hours, lighter sleep, restlessness, vivid dreams, sweating, a racing mind, or a sense that sleep is shallow and easily interrupted. REM sleep is one of the most obvious casualties. Alcohol tends to suppress REM sleep early, and later, as the night progresses and the alcohol effect wears off, there can be a rebound that's messy rather than refreshing. More fragmented REM, more awakenings around REM periods, and more intense dream recall in some people. If you've ever heard someone say, "I fall asleep faster with a drink, but I wake up at 3 a.m. feeling terrible," that's not a mysterious personal quirk, it's a predictable sequence. Early sedation followed by late fragmentation, with the brain's excitatory inhibitory balance shifting as alcohol levels change. Recent summaries of adult sleep data describe exactly this pattern. Shorter sleep onset in some cases, then later disruption of sleep continuity and reduced REM, along with increased insomnia symptoms and reduced sleep efficiency with repeated exposure. Alcohol also affects breathing during sleep, which is another reason people can wake feeling unrefreshed even if they were asleep for hours. Alcohol relaxes muscles, including muscles that help maintain upper airway tone. In some individuals, especially those prone to snoring or sleep-disordered breathing, this can worsen airway collapse and contribute to more breathing interruptions. More breathing interruptions mean more micro-awakenings, sometimes too brief to remember, but enough to fragment sleep architecture and reduce restorative depth. There's also the autonomic side. Alcohol can alter heart rate patterns at night and can push the body toward a state where, later in the night, sympathetic activity rises again. That can feel like waking with a faster heartbeat or a jittery, wired sensation. So the short version, without turning it into a slogan, is that alcohol's calm is front-loaded, the cost is back-loaded. The brain gets the sedating push, then the push fades, and the nervous system has to navigate the second half of the night with altered receptor responsiveness, altered sleep stage distribution, and often more fragmentation. Now let's talk about rebound more carefully, because this is where a lot of people blame themselves unnecessarily. Rebound is not simply, you woke up because you worried. Rebound is a neurochemical shift. If acute alcohol dampens NMDA receptor activity and enhances GABA receptor-mediated inhibition, then the brain's compensation over time, more NMDA excitatory drive and less GABAergic responsiveness, means that when alcohol is removed or metabolized, the seesaw tips in the opposite direction. That hyperexcitable state is one reason alcohol withdrawal can be medically dangerous in heavy or dependent drinkers, with symptoms ranging from tremor and insomnia to seizures and delirium in severe cases. Most people who have a drink at dinner are not in severe withdrawal, but the mechanism still exists on a spectrum. Even mild rebound can show up as anxiety, that next day anxious, edgy feeling that can be out of proportion to what happened. Part of it is sleep disruption. Part of it is dehydration and physiological stress. Part of it is the nervous system recalibrating after a night of altered inhibitory and excitatory signaling. In a person who drinks more regularly, that recalibration can become a daily rhythm. Evening sedation, night fragmentation, morning anxiety, then another drink to smooth the edges. That is a loop many people recognize only when they step back and see the pattern. It's also why alcohol can train the brain into expecting artificial calm. If the brain learns that the fastest way to reduce arousal is a substance that directly changes receptor responsiveness, it can become less practiced at using slower internal downshifting methods. And because alcohol fades, the nervous system learns a second lesson. Arousal returns later. Some people unconsciously start bracing for that return, which can create its own anxiety in the second half of the night. Another piece of the story that matters is dose. Low doses can still affect sleep architecture, especially REM, and higher doses tend to produce more dramatic suppression early and more disruption later. A 2025 analysis of controlled findings in healthy adults reported that even low doses negatively impact REM, while higher doses may shorten time to fall asleep but likely worsen subsequent REM disruption. And then there's frequency. Occasional use is one thing. Repeated nightly use is another. With repeated exposure, the brain's compensations become more entrenched. That's when tolerance becomes obvious and rebound becomes more consistent. A recent narrative review that looked at alcohol, wine, and sleep describes worsening sleep continuity later in the night and with repeated exposure, including increased wake after sleep onset and reduced sleep efficiency, along with broader changes that can involve circadian timing and autonomic balance. This is where the word artificial matters, not as a judgment but as a description. Alcohol can produce a calm-like state by pushing receptors in a direction that mimics inhibition. But because it is external and temporary, the brain's internal system doesn't necessarily settle in the same coordinated way it does when sleep comes naturally. It's a bit like forcing a door closed while the latch isn't aligned. From the outside, it looks closed. Inside, it's under strain, and the moment pressure changes, it pops open again. There's also a very practical safety point here that deserves a clear, calm mention because it's easy to miss. Alcohol is a central nervous system depressant. Benzodiazepines are also central nervous system depressants. Opioids are central nervous system depressants with strong effects on breathing. When these are combined, the risk isn't simply extra sleepy. The risk is respiratory depression, breathing slowing or stopping. Public health agencies and regulators have repeatedly warned about the danger of combining alcohol with drugs like benzodiazepines and opioids, because the depressant effects can stack. NIST-AA, for example, notes that combining alcohol and benzodiazepines can increase the likelihood of death due to respiratory depression, and that alcohol plays a causal role in a substantial portion of benzodiazepine overdose deaths. The CDC also warns that drinking alcohol around the same time as drugs like opioids or benzodiazepines can make it hard to breathe and can lead to early death. And the FDA has issued strong communications about the serious risks and death when opioids and benzodiazepines are used together, a risk that becomes even more concerning when alcohol is added into the mix. I'm not saying this to alarm you. I'm saying it because many people treat alcohol as not really a drug, and in the context of sleep and anxiety, it absolutely behaves like one. It changes receptor function, changes neural excitability, and changes breathing. If someone is taking sedating medications, adding alcohol is not a small detail. Now come back to the everyday question. Why does it change sleep in a way that feels so unfair? You did the thing that made you sleepy, and then your sleep got worse. The simplest way to explain it is that alcohol makes falling asleep easier for some people by pushing the brain toward inhibition quickly, but it makes staying asleep harder by destabilizing the second half of the night. It shifts the distribution of sleep stages, suppressing REM early and often fragmenting the later cycles. It can also increase awakenings through breathing effects and autonomic changes, and if you're someone who is already prone to stress loops, that second half awakening can be the perfect fuel. You wake up in the dark, the brain is in a slightly hyperexcitable state, and the mind begins scanning for why you're awake. The scanning produces thoughts. Thoughts produce concern. Concern increases arousal. Arousal makes sleep harder. The person blames themselves for overthinking, when in reality the nervous system is doing exactly what an aroused nervous system does. It looks for a reason. There's also a social trap here that deserves a gentle bit of realism. People often start using alcohol for sleep because it seems to work and because it's culturally normal. It's easy to tell yourself it's just one drink, just a routine. But when the brain adapts, one drink stops having the same effect, and then there's a temptation to add more. More alcohol might mean faster sleep onset, but it usually means more disruption later. That's how the nightcap can slowly become a sleep thief, not in a dramatic way, in a quiet, cumulative way. If you're listening and you've noticed that pattern in yourself, the most useful thing you can do is treat it as information, not as shame. The brain is responding to a chemical push. It's adapting as designed. If you reduce or stop that push, the brain can recalibrate, but it may take time, and in heavy use it can require medical supervision because withdrawal can be dangerous. For lighter, occasional use, the recalibration may simply look like a few nights where falling asleep is harder until the brain relearns a more natural downshift. Either way, understanding the mechanism helps you avoid the extra layer of frustration that comes from thinking it's purely about willpower. And this gives us a clean bridge into the next question people naturally ask once they realize alcohol is a blunt tool. If drinking GABA-like calm isn't a good long-term strategy, what about food, supplements, and all the claims you see online about boosting GABA naturally? Some of those ideas are reasonable, some are oversold, and some misunderstand the difference between building blocks in the body and neurotransmitter signaling inside the brain, which is where we'll go next as we keep following this thread in a steady, practical way. Once people notice that alcohol can feel calming at first and then make the second half of the night worse, a very predictable question shows up. If borrowed calm from a drink comes with rebound, what about the calmer sounding options in the supplement aisle? The ones that promise relaxation without the mess. The labels are friendly, the words are reassuring, supports mood, helps you unwind, promotes calm, and somewhere on the front, often in large letters, is the molecule we've been following, GABA. It's an appealing idea. If GABA is the brain's braking messenger, then taking GABA should strengthen the brakes. Simple, direct, problem solved. The uncomfortable truth is that biology rarely rewards simple stories. That doesn't mean the idea is nonsense. It means it needs a reality check. Because boosting GABA can mean many different things, and a lot of the marketing language quietly slides between meanings without warning. Are we talking about increasing how much GABA exists in the bloodstream? Increasing how much reaches the brain? Increasing how much is released at synapses? Changing how sensitive receptors are? changing the balance of excitation and inhibition in the circuits that matter for sleep and anxiety. Those are not the same, and it's possible to change one while barely touching the others. So let's make this practical. If someone says they want to boost GABA, what are they actually trying to change? Most of the time they want one of two outcomes. They want their mind to stop escalating into loops, or they want sleep to come more easily and stay more stable. In other words, they want less internal amplification. That's a real goal. But the route from a capsule in your stomach to inhibition in your cortex is not a straight line. The first hurdle is physical, and it's not negotiable: the blood-brain barrier. Your brain is protected by a set of specialized cells and transport systems that tightly regulate what gets from the bloodstream into brain tissue. This barrier is one of the reasons brain chemistry can stay stable even when your diet changes day to day. It's also why many substances that affect the body don't easily affect the brain, and why some medications are specifically designed to cross into the central nervous system. GABA has long been considered a molecule that does not cross the blood-brain barrier well, which immediately complicates the simple "take GABA to calm the brain" story. Modern reviews tend to describe the evidence as mixed and not fully settled, with some animal evidence suggesting small amounts might cross under certain conditions, but limited direct human evidence showing meaningful increases in brain GABA levels after oral GABA. That doesn't mean oral GABA does nothing. It means that if it does something, it may do it through routes that aren't as straightforward as more GABA in the brain. This is where the supplement world often gets slippery. If you can't reliably increase brain GABA by swallowing GABA, what could still explain the reports of relaxation some people describe? Researchers have discussed a few possibilities. One is that small amounts might cross in some contexts, perhaps through specific transport mechanisms or at specific sites where the barrier is different, though this remains an area where better human studies are needed. Another possibility is that GABA's effects could be happening outside the brain, in the peripheral nervous system or in the enteric nervous system, which is the large network of neurons embedded in the gut. The gut has its own signaling world, and it communicates with the brain through hormones, immune signals, and nerve pathways like the vagus nerve. If a substance changes gut signaling, you can sometimes feel it as a change in calm, even if the substance never meaningfully enters the brain itself. Reviews of oral GABA frequently point to this indirect route as plausible. So the first myth to retire is the idea that there's a single GABA tank in your head, and you can top it up like windshield fluid. The brain's inhibitory system is a network of production, release, receptor sensitivity, timing, and cleanup. A supplement is not automatically a direct lever on that network. The second myth is the one that sounds more reasonable, which is why it spreads. Even if GABA itself doesn't cross well, you can eat or supplement things that help your body make more GABA. This story has a kernel of truth. GABA is made in the body from other molecules, and enzymes need cofactors. But again, the leap from nutrient exists to brain inhibitory signaling improves is not guaranteed. Remember that many GABA-producing neurons make GABA from glutamate using the enzyme glutamic acid decarboxylase, and that this enzyme uses a vitamin B6-derived cofactor. That means severe B6 deficiency could interfere with this chemistry. In well-nourished people, though, the system usually has what it needs, and the limiting factor for calm is rarely not enough raw material. More commonly, the limiting factor is that the nervous system is being driven into high arousal by stress, sleep loss, stimulants, pain, irregular schedules, or learned patterns that keep attention locked onto threat. If the brain is being pushed hard toward go, simply adding building blocks doesn't necessarily change the network state that's creating the problem. This is why the supplement aisle is full of products that contain ingredients that are real in biology, but don't always translate to meaningful results in humans. The ingredient may influence a pathway in a petri dish or in an animal model. Yet the effect in a real person can be small, inconsistent, or dependent on context. It's also why a calm brain is often less about more chemicals and more about better conditions. This is the part that sounds boring compared to a capsule, but it's consistently where the strongest leverage lives: light timing, sleep timing, caffeine timing, stress load, evening stimulation, predictability, safety cues. These things change arousal systems that compete with inhibitory signaling. When those systems quiet down, the brakes suddenly feel stronger, even if nothing about your GABA levels changed in a way you could measure. Still, people will keep asking, so let's treat the most common supplement claims honestly, without either mocking them or believing them too quickly. Start with plain GABA supplements. Reviews describe studies where oral GABA has been linked to changes in EEG patterns or modest effects on stress measures, but they also emphasize limitations: small sample sizes, varied dosing, and uncertainty about mechanism. If you hear someone say, "GABA works for me," the most honest response is not impossible, and not, therefore it's proven. The honest response is that subjective calm can come from multiple routes. Placebo effects are real and powerful, peripheral effects are possible, and indirect gut-brain effects are plausible. At the same time, the strong claim, "this reliably boosts brain GABA," is not well supported by direct human evidence. Next, look at L-theanine, the amino acid found in tea that has become a major calm-focused supplement. L-theanine is interesting because it has a more believable route to influencing brain state. Human studies have found that L-theanine can increase measures like alpha brainwave activity in ways interpreted as a relaxed but alert state, at least in certain experimental contexts. Recent scientific reviews also stress that the popular hype has moved faster than high-quality clinical evidence, urging caution in assuming big effects from supplements at pharmacologic doses. You'll also see L-theanine paired with GABA in products aimed at sleep. Some studies exist on combinations, but the overall point remains: effects, when present, are often modest and context-dependent, and the mechanism may involve multiple targets rather than a clean GABA boost. Then there are magnesium products marketed for relaxation. Magnesium is essential for many enzymes and for nerve and muscle function. If someone has a deficiency, correcting it can improve many symptoms, including sleep quality or muscle tension. But in people who are not deficient, extra magnesium is not guaranteed to produce a noticeable calming shift, and high doses can cause gastrointestinal side effects. In other words, it can help in the right context, but it's not a universal brake pedal. Herbal products like valerian, chamomile, passion flower, and lemon balm are often described as GABAergic, meaning they may influence GABA signaling or receptor activity in some way. The evidence varies widely by herb and by preparation, and quality control is a genuine issue because plant extracts can differ depending on how they're grown, processed, and standardized. A person might take the same herb from two brands and have two different experiences because the chemical composition is not identical. This is one of the reasons herbal claims can be hard to evaluate, and why consistent, well-controlled human trials matter. There's also the class of supplements that aren't marketed as GABA, but are framed as calming amino acids like glycine or taurine. Some people report subjective effects, some don't. When effects exist, they can be subtle and may relate to temperature regulation, metabolic changes, or general neural modulation rather than a direct, more GABA-rich synapses story. The brain is a system where many roads can lead to a calmer feeling, even if none of those roads are a direct highway into GABAergic synapses. Now we have to talk about the part most labels don't emphasize. Supplements are regulated differently than drugs, at least in the United States. Under US rules, supplement companies can make structure/function claims like supports relaxation without going through the same pre-market approval process required for prescription drugs. Those claims are supposed to be accompanied by a disclaimer stating that the FDA has not evaluated the claim and that the product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. This is not a hidden conspiracy. It's simply how the category is set up, but it means the burden is on the consumer to interpret claims cautiously, and it means sold on a shelf does not equal proven effective in the way people often assume. That doesn't mean supplements are worthless. It means you should read supplement claims like you'd read an advertisement for a comfortable mattress. It might be comfortable, but the language on the box doesn't prove it will fix your back pain. There's also the safety dimension, which matters because anything that genuinely changes calm can also interact with other things that change calm. If someone is taking sedating medications, mixing them with sedating supplements or alcohol can increase impairment and risk. Even without prescription medications, some supplements can affect blood pressure, sedation, or alertness in ways that matter for driving, operating equipment, or nighttime waking. The natural label doesn't guarantee predictability. Here's a calmer way to frame it. If you want to think about boosting GABA, it may be better to stop picturing a single substance and start picturing a system you can support. Supporting the system can mean reducing excitatory pressure and improving the brain's ability to apply inhibition where it needs to. That support includes things people don't want to hear because they aren't a product: consistent sleep timing, morning light exposure, reducing late-night light, avoiding late caffeine, and lowering evening stimulation. Those changes don't directly add GABA, but they can make inhibitory networks more effective because they reduce the competing arousal forces. At the same time, there are food patterns that plausibly influence calm through slower routes. Fermented foods are a good example, not because they pour neurotransmitters into your brain, but because they can change the gut environment and microbial composition. Some microbes can produce GABA in the gut, and research on the gut-brain axis has explored how microbial metabolites, immune signals, and vagal pathways can influence brain function and stress responses. That doesn't translate into eat kimchi and your anxiety disappears. It translates into a more realistic idea. Your gut is part of the signaling network that shapes brain state, and long-term dietary patterns can tilt that network in small ways. You can think of it like tuning rather than boosting. Boost implies a single upward movement. Tuning implies many small adjustments that make the system behave differently over time. That's closer to how nervous systems actually change. There's a final myth that deserves a gentle call-out because it leads people to waste money. The idea that if you feel stressed, you must be low in a particular neurotransmitter, and the right supplement will restore it. Neurotransmitters are not like vitamin levels on a blood test. You usually can't infer synaptic GABA function from how you feel, and you can't reliably fix complex network dynamics with one bottle. Anxiety and insomnia can involve inhibitory tone, but they also involve circadian timing, stress hormones, learning, expectations, and habits of attention. A person can have perfectly normal GABA synthesis and still feel restless because the stress system is constantly calling for vigilance. In that case, adding a supplement might change very little, while changing daily inputs might change a lot. So where does that leave a person who simply wants a calmer brain and a more stable night? It leaves them with a sensible hierarchy. First, treat the obvious drivers: sleep schedule, light, caffeine, alcohol timing, and evening stimulation. Second, be cautious with supplements that promise direct neurotransmitter boosts and prefer those with human evidence for specific outcomes, while accepting that effects may be modest. Third, treat supplement labels as marketing language until proven otherwise, and remember the regulatory structure that allows structure/function claims with disclaimers rather than drug-level evidence. And finally, if anxiety or insomnia are persistent and severe, it's worth treating them as health issues rather than self-improvement projects, because professional guidance can help you avoid the trap of stacking sedatives and chasing short-term relief. If you're listening late at night, there's also a comforting perspective hidden here. The fact that a pill can't simply add calm to your brain doesn't mean calm is out of reach. It means calm is a state your nervous system enters when the conditions support it and when the system has learned, through repetition, that it's allowed to let go. That kind of calm often builds in layers rather than arriving in a single swallow. And one of the most interesting layers is the one we've already brushed up against: the gut's role in brain state. If oral GABA might influence the brain indirectly, if fermented foods and microbes can shape signaling, And if the vagus nerve can carry information upward from the digestive system, then the next step is to look closely at that communication line, how the gut and brain talk, how certain microbes can produce GABA in the gut environment, and why calm chemistry may be happening in more places than the skull, even when the experience ends up in your mind. If you've ever had a day when your stomach felt unsettled and strangely your mood felt unsettled right along with it, you've already experienced the gut-brain connection in the simplest possible way. Not as a trendy concept, not as a slogan, but as a practical reality. Your nervous system does not start at the neck and end at the hips, it runs through you. The brain in your skull is the command center, but it's in constant conversation with your organs, your immune system, and a surprisingly large population of microbes living in your digestive tract. And when we're talking about a calming messenger like GABA, the gut matters because it's one of the places where calm chemistry can be shaped indirectly, even if the final experience is happening in your mind. Before we go any further, it helps to define what we mean by the gut in this context. People often imagine the gut as a simple tube that digests food and moves it along, but biologically it's closer to a densely monitored environment. The lining of your intestine is a barrier that decides what can pass into the body and what cannot. It's packed with immune cells that constantly evaluate what's present. It contains hormone-producing cells that respond to nutrients, and embedded throughout the gut wall is a large network of neurons called the enteric nervous system. Some scientists call it the second brain, not because it thinks about your taxes, but because it can coordinate complex patterns of movement, secretion, and sensation on its own, while also communicating upward to the brain through the autonomic nervous system. Now add the microbiome to that picture. Trillions of microbes live in the gut, including bacteria, viruses, fungi, and other organisms. They are not passive passengers. They break down components of food that you can't digest on your own. They produce metabolites. They interact with the immune system. They influence the integrity of the gut barrier. And they can shape signaling molecules that matter to nerves and to the brain. This is the point where GABA enters the conversation in a way that surprises people. Certain gut microbes can produce GABA. They do it using their own enzymes, often by converting glutamate into GABA, similar in spirit to what your own neurons do, though the microbial context is different. Multiple reviews discuss GABA production by strains within groups like Lactobacillus and Bifidobacterium, and this has become one of the reasons researchers talk about psychobiotics, microbes that might influence mental states through gut-brain pathways. Here's the first important grounding point. Microbial GABA in the gut is not the same thing as GABA released between neurons in your brain. A molecule produced in the gut does not automatically cross into the brain and start calming cortical circuits the way synaptic GABA does. The blood-brain barrier and other control systems make that direct translation unlikely in a simple way for most molecules, most of the time. So if you hear microbes make GABA, and your mind jumps to, therefore the gut directly doses the brain with GABA, that's the kind of shortcut biology rarely allows. The more realistic idea is that microbes can influence the brain through several communication channels, and GABA can be part of the signaling landscape within those channels, not necessarily as a direct courier across the barrier, but as a piece of a larger network that shapes stress responses, inflammation, sensory signaling, and the brain's interpretation of internal state. One of the main channels is the vagus nerve. The vagus is a long nerve that runs between the brainstem and many organs, including the gut. It carries information in both directions, but a large portion of its fibers are sensory, sending signals from the body up to the brain. The brain uses that information to adjust mood, appetite, stress responses, and autonomic balance. Modern reviews of vagal gut signaling describe it as a critical pathway by which gut events, mechanical stretch, nutrient signals, immune signals become brain-relevant information. The vagus nerve doesn't simply taste molecules in the gut lumen like a straw in a drink. It gets information through intermediaries. Some information comes from enteroendocrine cells, specialized gut cells that detect nutrients and microbial products, and then release hormones or neurotransmitter-like signals that activate nearby nerve endings. Some information comes from immune signaling, where inflammatory molecules or microbial components influence local tissue and then alter nerve activity. Some information comes from changes in gut motility and distension, which are sensed mechanically. In other words, the vagus nerve is less like a direct chemical pipeline and more like a reporting system that collects multiple kinds of evidence about what's happening in the gut environment. Researchers have also described that vagal sensory pathways can detect immune-related signals via receptors like toll-like receptors, and that microbial components can influence vagal signaling through multiple routes. That matters because one of the fastest ways the gut can change the brain's state is not by delivering a calming molecule into the brain, but by shifting the brain's sense of body safety. If the body sends signals consistent with inflammation, infection, or barrier disruption, the brain tends to shift toward vigilance. If signals are quieter and more stable, the brain can more easily shift toward calm. This is where it becomes useful to think of anxiety and restlessness as partly an interoceptive problem. Interoception is the brain's sensing of internal body state. A large portion of what you call how you feel is built from interoceptive information: heart rhythm, breathing, digestion, muscle tension, temperature, and subtle immune cues. When those signals are noisy or threatening, the brain's threat systems become more active. When those signals are steady and predictable, the brain is more willing to downshift. Gut signaling contributes a lot to the interoceptive stream, because digestion is a major ongoing process with constant mechanical and chemical change. So where does GABA fit in this stream? There are a few plausible roles, and it's worth describing them in a practical way rather than an exaggerated one. First, GABA can act within the enteric nervous system itself. The enteric nervous system uses many of the same signaling molecules found in the brain, including GABA. The gut's neurons and glial cells participate in local reflexes that control motility, secretion, and blood flow. When local inhibitory signaling is balanced, gut activity can be coordinated and less erratic. When signaling is disrupted by inflammation, stress, certain foods, infections, gut motility can change, and sensations can become more noticeable. If you've ever had a day when your gut felt jumpy, you know how quickly that can affect mood. It's not that the gut created worry thoughts directly, it's that the body's internal signals became loud enough that the brain responded with extra attention. Second, microbial products can influence how the gut barrier behaves. The intestinal barrier isn't just a wall, it's a living layer of cells connected by tight junctions. When barrier integrity is reduced, microbial components can interact more with immune cells, increasing inflammatory signaling. Inflammation doesn't always feel like a fever. It can feel like fatigue, irritability, poor sleep, and a subtle sense of unease. Inflammation can also influence neurotransmitter systems and stress hormone regulation. A calmer gut environment, with a healthier barrier and less inflammatory signaling, can reduce one major driver of hyperarousal. Third, microbes produce many metabolites besides GABA, and those metabolites can influence brain state indirectly. Short-chain fatty acids, for example, are produced when certain microbes ferment dietary fiber. These molecules can influence immune regulation, gut barrier integrity, and possibly vagal signaling. Some reviews discuss how microbial metabolites and neurotransmitter-like compounds can modulate gut-to-brain communication through vagal and immune pathways. This matters because the brain doesn't respond to GABA as a single symbol. It responds to the overall balance of signals entering its state control systems. If microbial metabolism shifts the gut toward lower inflammation and more stable signaling, the brain's braking systems have an easier job. If you want a concrete mental image here, imagine your brain trying to fall asleep while receiving mixed messages from the body. One message says, "We're safe, digestion is steady, inflammation is low." Another message says, "Something is off, keep monitoring." The brain can't fully ignore those internal reports, because from an evolutionary perspective, Ignoring internal distress would be dangerous. So even if you're in a silent bedroom, your brain may stay alert if your gut is sending a check this signal. That alertness doesn't have to become panic. It can become restlessness, light sleep, early waking, and a mind that keeps returning to vague concerns. This is also why the gut-brain axis is not only about microbes, it's also about stress. Stress changes gut function in reliable ways. Under stress, the sympathetic nervous system tends to reduce digestive activity and alter motility. Stress hormones can change gut permeability and immune responses. Stress can shift the microbiome composition over time by changing motility, secretions, and even what you eat. So the relationship is bidirectional. The gut influences stress responses, and stress influences the gut. When people say they have butterflies or a gut feeling, they're describing that two-way pathway in everyday language. The vagus nerve is an important part of the calm side of this, because it's also connected to parasympathetic function. Parasympathetic signaling supports digestion, slower heart rate, and a more restorative baseline. When vagal tone is higher, many people report feeling more resilient and less reactive. When vagal signaling is disrupted or underactive, the system can tilt towards sympathetic readiness. Some recent reviews discuss links between vagal function and microbiome diversity, and the possibility that microbial communities can influence vagal pathways that feed into inflammation and stress-related states. But we have to keep one foot on the ground here. The fact that a pathway exists does not mean we can control it easily. The gut-brain axis is not a remote control you can tune in a weekend. People are different. Microbiomes are different. The same food or probiotic can land in two different systems and do two different things. Some people feel a shift in digestion quickly when they change diet. Others don't. Some people notice mood changes tied to gut symptoms. Others don't. Biology is personal in this way, because it's shaped by genetics, early exposures, long-term diet, medications, infections, and stress patterns. That's one reason the evidence on probiotics and mood in humans is often described as promising but mixed. Researchers have conducted trials where certain probiotic strains are associated with modest improvements in stress or mood measures, but results vary depending on strains, doses, duration, and who is being studied. Reviews and systematic evaluations keep emphasizing the same message. There may be effects, but they are not universal, and they are not one-size-fits-all. It also helps to remember that probiotic is not a single thing. A probiotic is a category that includes many different organisms and effects are strain-specific. Saying probiotics help anxiety is like saying plants help health. It could be true in general, but it's too broad to be precise. Some strains can influence gut barrier function. Some can influence immune signaling. Some can produce certain metabolites. Some survive the journey through stomach acid better than others. Some colonize temporarily, some don't. The details matter, and because the supplement market often doesn't teach those details, people end up with unrealistic expectations. This is where the word psychobiotic comes in. Psychobiotics are generally described as live microorganisms that, when ingested in adequate amounts, may confer mental health benefits through interaction with the gut microbiota and the host. It's a compelling idea, but it's also a field still sorting out which strains, which doses, and which clinical contexts matter most. Some umbrella reviews and newer summaries are trying to bring order to that evidence, and they tend to land in a cautious middle ground, not dismissive, but not sweeping. Now, let's connect this back to GABA in a way that feels meaningful rather than technical. What most people want to know is whether gut microbes that produce GABA can make them calmer. The honest answer is that microbial GABA production is a real phenomenon in the gut environment, and gut-brain communication is real, but turning that into predictable, reliable changes in anxiety or sleep in humans is still an active area of research with lots of variability. That variability isn't a disappointment, it's a clue. It suggests that calm is not a single molecule problem. It's a systems problem. Your brain's calm depends on inhibitory tone, arousal systems, stress hormones, sleep pressure, circadian timing, learned associations, inflammation level, and internal body signals. The gut is one contributor to that internal signal landscape. If the gut is irritated, inflamed, or sending unpredictable messages, the brain has a harder time relaxing its vigilance. If the gut is steady and well regulated, the brain has fewer reasons to keep checking. In that sense, gut health can support calm without ever implying that the gut is directly sedating the brain with GABA. There's also a more subtle point that makes this topic feel less like a health trend and more like practical physiology. Many people experience anxiety as a mind problem, but a large portion of anxiety can be driven by body sensations. If your gut produces sensations that your brain interprets as threat or uncertainty, nausea, tightness, sudden urgency, bloating, your brain will naturally scan more. That scanning is what you feel as mental anxiety. In that loop, improving gut stability can reduce the sensory triggers that keep the mind engaged. The calm doesn't come from a chemical floating into your cortex. It comes from fewer triggers entering your attention system. This is also why regularity matters. The brain likes predictable rhythms, predictable meals, predictable sleep time, predictable light exposure, predictable wind-down routines. Predictability is a safety signal. The gut likes regularity too. When meal timing is erratic, when ultra-processed foods dominate, when fiber intake is low, when stress is high, gut signaling can become noisier. Noisy gut signaling becomes noisy interoception. Noisy interoception encourages vigilance. Vigilance competes with sleep. And once that pattern becomes established, it can feel as if your brain has lost its ability to calm, when the deeper reality is that your system keeps receiving reasons to stay alert. If you're listening late, it might be useful to ask yourself a small, low-stakes question. When your restlessness is strongest, do you feel it mostly in thoughts, or mostly in the body? Some people feel their mind race first, and the body follows. Others feel the body tighten first, and the mind follows. Many feel both at once. The reason that question matters is that gut-driven restlessness often starts as a body signal. You may not label it gut, but you might notice subtle discomfort, fullness, tightness, or a vague unsettledness that makes you keep shifting position. When you can identify that, you can stop treating it as a purely cognitive problem and start treating it as a system state that includes digestion, autonomic balance, and sensory processing. Now, this is the point where many people want a shopping list. Which probiotic, which fermented food, which supplement, which exact strain that produces the most GABA. But if we're trying to be honest and useful, the better place to land is this. The gut-brain axis is a legitimate pathway by which internal biology can push your brain toward vigilance or toward ease, and GABA is one of the signaling molecules involved in the broader network. But the most reliable route for most people is not chasing a single GABA microbe. It's building conditions that support gut stability and lower inflammatory and sensory noise, while also supporting the brain's own inhibitory systems. That might sound less exciting than a label, but it's more practical. Because the gut doesn't operate on one molecule. It operates on patterns, what you eat repeatedly, how you sleep repeatedly, how stressed you are repeatedly, how much movement you get, how consistent your day is, and whether your gut barrier and immune environment are calm enough to stop sending alarm-like signals upward. There's also an important limit worth stating gently, because people can take the gut-brain idea and turn it into a new form of anxiety. You do not need perfect gut health to have a calm brain. Nobody has a perfectly calm microbiome. Nobody has a perfectly calm life. The goal is not to eliminate all gut sensations or to make digestion flawless. The goal is to reduce the background noise enough that your brain's brakes don't have to work overtime. And this is a good moment to bring the bigger theme back into focus. All the way through this series, we've been building the idea that calm is not a single switch. it's the outcome of balance. The brain uses GABA to inhibit, to filter, to prevent runaway loops. The gut can influence how hard that job is by shaping internal signals, immune tone, and vagal pathways that feed into arousal systems. When the gut is sending something is off signals, the brain stays more alert. When the gut is steady, the brain gets a small but meaningful permission slip to downshift. So what do you do with that, especially if it's nighttime right now, and you're not about to redesign your diet in the dark? You start small, and you start with what your nervous system can understand immediately. Predictable cues, reduced stimulation, and gentle support for the systems that already know how to settle. In the next stretch, we'll move from mechanisms to practical support. What actually helps a nervous system ease into calm without forcing it, including simple habits that support inhibitory tone, protect sleep architecture, and quietly give both your brain and your gut fewer reasons to stay on watch when the only thing you really need to do is rest. If you've followed the whole thread so far, you've probably noticed something that can be both annoying and oddly comforting. Annoying because the brain is not a light switch. Comforting because the brain is not a mystery either. Calm is not something you either have or don't have. Calm is a state your nervous system enters when enough signals align in the direction of safety, predictability, and reduced demand. GABA is part of that alignment because it supports inhibition and filtering. But GABA doesn't operate in isolation. It works alongside arousal systems, stress hormones, circadian timing, sleep pressure, breathing patterns, body temperature, and the constant internal reporting from your organs. A softer night, in practical terms, is a night where you reduce the number of things that keep the system leaning toward alertness, and you increase the number of cues that tell the brain it's allowed to stop monitoring. Nothing in this final stretch is a magic trick. It's a set of gentle ways to support calm that work, because they match how the nervous system actually behaves. Most of them are boring in the way that effective biology often is. They don't feel dramatic. They feel like fewer alarms. They feel like giving the brain fewer reasons to press go. Start with the most powerful cue your brain uses for timing: light. Bright light, especially in the morning, tells your brain and body what time it is. It anchors the circadian rhythm so that the daytime systems rise at the right time, and the nighttime systems have a predictable window to take over. If you want easier evenings, a surprisingly strong foundation is getting real outdoor light in the first hour or two after waking, even on cloudy days. You don't have to stare at the sun. You just need the eyes to receive daylight. This reinforces the timing signals that later make it easier for melatonin secretion and sleep-promoting circuits to engage at night. Then protect the other side of that equation. In the evening you want dimmer light. Not perfection, not darkness at 6 p.m, but a clear downward trend. Your brain is sensitive to bright light in the hours before bed because light pushes the system toward wakefulness. Screens are not uniquely evil. The problem is intensity and proximity. A bright screen held close to the eyes late at night is a strong still daytime cue. If you reduce brightness, shift to warmer tones if you like them, and create a habit of stepping away from the most stimulating content closer to bedtime, you're not fixing your sleep hygiene. You're simply removing one of the strongest inputs that keeps your arousal systems active. Now pair that with timing consistency. The nervous system likes regularity. It doesn't need military discipline, but it does benefit from a relatively consistent wake time. A consistent wake time stabilizes your circadian rhythm more effectively than a consistent bedtime, because bedtime is often influenced by how sleepy you feel, while wake time anchors the whole system. If your wake time drifts wildly, your internal clock has a harder time predicting when to initiate the sleep transition. That unpredictability can show up as nights where you don't feel sleepy until late, or where you fall asleep but wake early, or where the brain behaves as if it's still waiting for the correct time to shut down. Next, consider caffeine, because caffeine is one of the simplest ways people unintentionally fight their own inhibitory systems. Caffeine blocks adenosine receptors. Adenosine is part of the sleep pressure signal that builds across the day. If you block that signal late in the day, you may not feel sleepy when you expect to, even if your body is tired. This creates that mismatch where you lie down exhausted and still feel alert. The most gentle strategy is not necessarily quit caffeine forever. It's to treat caffeine as something with a long tail. Many people benefit from setting a caffeine cutoff earlier than they think they need, often early afternoon or even before lunch depending on sensitivity. The right cutoff varies, but the principle is stable. The closer caffeine is to bedtime, the more it can keep the brain's go systems from stepping down. Now consider alcohol, not from a moral angle, but from the pattern we already discussed. Alcohol can make you sleepy early and restless later. If you notice that you wake up after a few hours with a racing mind or lighter sleep, alcohol is worth viewing as a possible contributor. For some people, even one drink close to bedtime changes sleep structure. For others, timing matters more than the drink itself. A gentler approach, if alcohol is part of your life, is to move it earlier, keep it modest, and notice what happens to the second half of the night. The nervous system gives feedback. You don't have to guess forever. Now shift to what your brain learns from context. The bed is not just a mattress, it's a cue. If you repeatedly do stimulating things in bed, scrolling, working, arguing, reading distressing news, your brain begins to associate the bed with alertness. This is conditioning. It works even if you tell yourself it shouldn't. One of the simplest ways to soften nights is to make the bed a predictable cue for not doing. That might mean charging your phone outside the bedroom, or at least off the bed. It might mean doing your planning and list making elsewhere so the bed is not where you solve problems. If you like reading in bed, keep it low stimulation and consistent rather than switching between calming reading and bright, emotionally intense content. You're teaching your brain what the bed means. If you struggle with racing thoughts specifically, externalizing can help without turning bedtime into a project. A short brain dump earlier in the evening, 5 minutes not an hour, can reduce open loops. The brain hates unfinished tasks. Writing them down tells the brain this is stored. You're not solving everything. You're simply reducing the need for mental rehearsal. The key is timing. Do it early enough that it doesn't become your bedtime ritual of worrying. Treat it like closing the kitchen after dinner, a small tidy-up that signals the day is ending. Breathing is another gentle lever, but it works best when you understand why. Slow, steady breathing can tilt the autonomic nervous system toward parasympathetic dominance, which supports calm and digestion. It also reduces carbon dioxide fluctuations that can trigger air hunger in some people, and it provides the brain with a predictable sensory rhythm. The trick is not to force deep breaths. Forced breathing can feel like effort, and effort is activating. Instead, think longer exhale with a pace you can sustain comfortably. A longer exhale tends to support relaxation because it's associated with parasympathetic activity. Even a few minutes can change the body's tone. Body temperature is one of the most underestimated factors in sleep onset. To fall asleep, your core body temperature needs to drop slightly. The body accomplishes this partly by moving heat to the surface and then losing it to the environment. If your room is too warm, or if you're under heavy blankets, that cooling process becomes harder. A cooler room and a warm shower earlier in the evening can both help, strangely for opposite reasons. A warm shower can increase blood flow to the skin. Afterward, as you cool down, the body can drop core temperature more effectively, which can support sleep onset. Again, not a guarantee, but a gentle nudge that works with physiology. Movement during the day matters too, not because exercise is a moral virtue, but because movement influences stress hormones, sleep pressure, and mood regulation. Regular physical activity can increase sleep drive and improve sleep quality in many people. It also gives the nervous system a clear outlet for arousal. A body that never moves can hold on to a strange, unspent readiness. You don't need intense workouts for this to matter. Even consistent walking, especially outdoors in daylight, hits multiple systems at once: movement, light exposure, and mild autonomic training. Now consider food timing and gut comfort, especially if you notice that your restlessness often has a physical component. Heavy meals close to bedtime can keep digestion active and increase body temperature, both of which can make sleep harder. On the other hand, going to bed very hungry can also be activating for some people, because hunger is a signal that historically meant stay awake and find food. The gentler approach is to avoid extremes, finish larger meals earlier when possible, and if you need something close to bed, keep it small and easy to digest. If reflux or bloating is a recurring trigger, treating those symptoms can sometimes do more for sleep than any supplement, because it reduces internal alarm signals. Supplements, if you use them, are best treated as optional and secondary, not as the foundation. The most reliable supplement for calm is usually consistency. If you do try supplements, do one at a time, for long enough to notice a pattern, and keep the dose reasonable. Avoid stacking sedating products, especially if you're also using alcohol or prescribed sedatives. And remember that a supplement that makes you sleepy is not automatically improving your sleep. It may be changing consciousness without improving architecture. If you wake feeling unrefreshed, that's your nervous system telling you that sedation and restoration are not identical. For some people, the biggest obstacle isn't any single chemical or habit. It's the relationship to wakefulness at night. If you wake up and immediately start evaluating, checking the clock, calculating hours left, predicting tomorrow, the brain treats that as a task. Tasks recruit arousal. A softer approach is to treat nighttime waking as a normal event that doesn't require immediate analysis. If you can avoid bright light, avoid the clock, and avoid mentally turning the wake-up into a problem-solving session, you reduce the chance that the wake-up becomes a full return to go mode. This is not about pretending you don't care. It's about not feeding the arousal loop with evaluation. Sometimes the softest thing you can do is give yourself permission to be awake without treating it as dangerous. That sounds like psychology, but it's biology too. When you stop framing wakefulness as a catastrophe, you reduce the stress response triggered by the wakefulness itself. That reduction gives inhibitory systems a better chance to regain control. Many people notice that when they stop fighting sleep, sleep arrives more easily. It's not because surrender is magical, it's because struggle is activating. If your mind is especially active, gentle attention anchoring can help. This is not forcing the mind to be empty, it's giving it something simple to rest on. It could be the sensation of the pillow against your cheek, the feeling of your breath at the nostrils, or a slow mental scan of body areas without trying to change anything. The key is attitude. Curious, not demanding. The brain relaxes more readily when attention is steady and non-judgmental, because it reduces the salience of intrusive thoughts. You're not suppressing them, you're simply not rewarding them with your full spotlight. For people with persistent, severe insomnia or anxiety, it's also worth saying clearly that professional support can be a very practical form of calm. Cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia, for example, is one of the best studied approaches for chronic insomnia, and it focuses on breaking the learned associations and loops that keep sleep fragile. Anxiety-focused therapies can help retrain threat interpretations and reduce rumination cycles. Medical evaluation can identify sleep apnea, restless leg syndrome, thyroid issues, medication effects, or other medical contributors that no bedtime routine can fix alone. There is no prize for solving everything by yourself. The nervous system is part of health, and health often improves with proper support. Now, as we ease toward the end of this series, it helps to come back to the central theme one last time, not as a dramatic conclusion but as a steady grounding. GABA is a main inhibitory messenger. It helps neurons quiet other neurons. It helps the brain filter and prevent runaway amplification. In sleep, it participates in the shift from wake-promoting systems to sleep-promoting rhythms. In anxiety, it contributes to the brain's ability to feel safe enough to stop scanning. But the strength of that braking system in your lived experience depends on context. When your day is full of stimulation, uncertainty, caffeine, late light, or constant checking, The go systems stay louder. When your evening is predictable, dimmer and less demanding, the slow systems have room to rise. A softer night is not a perfect night. It's a night where you reduce friction. You stop asking the brain to do something unnatural, and you start giving it conditions it recognizes. The brain already knows how to fall asleep. The brain already knows how to calm down. What it often needs is fewer reasons to stay alert. So if you're listening right now as the day is ending, you don't have to do everything at once. Pick one gentle change that reduces activation. Dim the room. Put the phone away a little earlier. Move caffeine earlier tomorrow. Take a short walk in daylight in the morning. Write down tomorrow's tasks before you get into bed. Let your exhale be a little longer. These are small actions, but the nervous system listens to small actions because it's built to detect patterns. Over time, those patterns become safety cues. Safety cues allow inhibition to do its quiet work, and that quiet work is what makes rest possible. And if you're already lying down, let this be simple. You're not trying to force sleep. You're allowing your brain to downshift. Thoughts can come and go. Sounds can exist without meaning. Sensations can rise and fade. The brakes are still there, even if they've felt weak lately. Tonight, you're just giving them a smoother road.